Your son dead in the dirt outside, and a burning at your neck, like you've been branded with a cattle iron. Pistol's grip matches your palm exactly. All blue. Been a while. In the air. Folks hollering. Death and dirt. So, it's sirens who took your husband. Flesh eaters. Best find that Stillwater camp while your husband still got blood in him. footsteps. Stillwaters weren't too careful covering their tracks. Path's clear. Something don't feel right. Hairs on your neck wake up. Danger's close. Girl, something mighty off about her. A look in her eye, dead as river stone. Well, at least she pointed you in the right direction. Beggars can't be choosers.
We are approaching 2 years in the life cycle of the Xbox Series X, and while we are still waiting for most of the seeds that Microsoft has planted in the form of its many studio acquisitions to bear fruit, there are plenty of amazing games to play on the Series X's powerful hardware. Though we tried to focus primarily on exclusives to the Xbox family that are showcases of what the console is truly capable of, we also wanted to highlight a handful of multi-platform games that also play exceptionally well on the console and are experiences that shouldn't be missed. With all that said, these are our picks for the 10 best Xbox Series X games that you can play right now.
A new body at last.
Sea of Thieves may have launched to lukewarm reviews, but what has happened since is nothing short of extraordinary. Rare's pirate adventure has amassed a community of 15 million players for a good reason, as the developers have offered continued support to make living life on the high seas a consistently swashbuckling good time. With free seasonal content and major updates, including the impressive Pirates of the Caribbean: A Pirate's Life DLC that brought none other than Jack Sparrow to this world of high sea adventure, it's no wonder so many are still diving in every day.
From what I hear of this so-called Sea of Thieves, it's nothing but cursed crews, bloodthirsty mermaids.
Though 2019's Gears 5 was arguably the most visually impressive game on the Series X at launch, it remains a fantastic update of an already fantastic game that Xbox Series X owners shouldn't miss. The already gorgeous Gears of War sequel has been dialed up to take advantage of Microsoft's new console with better lighting, ray tracing, and 120 FPS support in versus multiplayer among its improvements. The bottom line is that if you skipped Gears 5 in 2019, the Series X is a great place to play it for the first time.
Alright, enough with the warm-up. Time to catch us a real monster.
If you're looking for a solid, memorable Marvel game to play on your shiny new Xbox, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is well worth your time and money. A love letter to the 1980s, this single-player action game with some RPG elements is easy to pick up and play. The gameplay is fast-paced and rewarding, but the heart of what makes Guardians shine is its story and characters. Eidos's take on the Marvel crew certainly shows its inspirations from the comics and MCU versions, but finds enough unique depth in these characters to make this iteration of them so memorable. There's charm aplenty in playing as Star-Lord and getting to interact with the other members of the Guardians, learning about their lives, finding common ground, and in coming together as a makeshift family. And let's not forget the soundtrack is full of 80s mega hits, including a fictional band's entire original album that will have you jamming until the credits roll. One of the greatest technical achievements in video games continues to get better in massive and meaningful ways. Developer Asobo's commitment to improving what's already a masterpiece goes above and beyond bug fixes and simple content additions. New planes, new airports, new sights to discover and take in makes this globe-trotting simulation more realistic with each new update. On top of the eye candy and excitement of new aircraft, Asobo is constantly updating and improving the simulation aspects of what is already the most incredible simulation of all time. Whether you want to grab an Xbox controller and spend some time taking in the vastness of the globe, or you want to go full dad energy and build a simulated cockpit in your game room, Microsoft Flight Simulator meets and exceeds everyone's needs, regardless of playstyle.
How was your day?
Great. The toaster broke and Rose refused to eat her vegetables.
If you've got an Xbox Series, you need to play It Takes Two with a friend or loved one, either on the couch or via online play, since of course, It Takes Two cannot be played alone. Not because it's the biggest graphical showcase on the new console block, but because it is simply one of the best and most unique multiplayer experiences you can find these days. Writer-director Joseph Fares, yes, he of F the Oscars fame, follows up the great A Way Out with this, a story about a failing marriage that might just be able to be saved thanks to the couple being turned into children's dolls and forced to work together to find their way back to their human forms. It Takes Two finds new inventive ways to make cooperative play core to its level and puzzle design around every turn. You're not just two players engaging in the same mechanics the whole way through. The entire adventure is specifically built to offer each player bespoke experiences that must be completed together to progress. And those ideas are regularly thrilling and surprising as the memorable adventure continues on. Play it and we promise you'll smile. Tunic's most surface influence is obvious, but Tunic also draws from other great modern games. Its punishment for death is very Souls-like in its design, and late-game puzzles closely resemble games such as Fez or The Witness, with how it develops its own unique language that the player must decipher. But Tunic's greatest element is its most unique. Hidden throughout the world are pages of an NES-like paper game manual. Each page contains something crucial, a puzzle clue, an essential map, a secret entrance, and quite often the pages reveal something hidden in plain sight, teaching you about how Tunic's secrets work so you can discover more on your own. Tunic constantly reminds you that you are in a video game and plays up that theme in numerous clever ways, smashing through fourth walls like so many bombable cracks in a Hyrulean mountainside.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jours.
Don't worry, Agent Forsyth. I can fix this.
Psychonauts 2, the sequel to the 2005 cult hit, had already been crowdfunded when Microsoft purchased developer Double Fine Productions in 2019. But with the added resources and time that Xbox HQ offered, Psychonauts 2 was able to fulfill its maximum potential that fans waited 15 years to finally see. And that potential was to be one of the best games on the platform. The sequel isn't just a great return to Double Fine's imaginative world. Protagonist Raz's story is emotional, layered, and funny as ever in Psychonauts 2, with a wonderful cast of new and returning characters. And that story unfolds through a series of surprising, complex, and punny levels which take advantage of Psychonauts 2's clever and more nuanced platforming. In short, legendary game designer Tim Schafer and the team at Double Fine didn't just deliver for the pocket of patient Psychonauts fans, they delivered for all players. They did it. Those crazy sons of guns actually did it. Halo Infinite survived its publicly tumultuous development cycle and emerged as exactly the reinvigorating breath of fresh air that the franchise desperately needed after a 6-year layoff, as well as a supremely disappointing campaign the last time out in Halo 5. Infinite delivers on the promise of a go-anywhere Zeta Halo ring in its open and memorable campaign, offering enough activities to make sure you've always got something to do without bogging you down in fetch quests. The grapple shot grappling hook is the biggest new addition to the gameplay mechanics, bringing new mobility options as well as combat choices. Meanwhile, the rest of the equipment harkens back to Halo 3 in the best of ways. The free-to-play multiplayer has faced some setbacks due to its lengthy seasons, but it has so far boasted some stellar maps, scores of cosmetic customization, and the promise of future content support as 343 continues to work to improve the experience. Halo needed a home run, and Infinite bashes the oddball far over the fence. Forza Horizon 5 isn't just the best game of 2021 as IGN's 2021 Game of the Year winner, it's also the best car game, period, of at least the last decade. The difference between Horizon 5 and other racing games not named Forza Horizon is that it is in fact a driving game. And yes, there's a difference between a driving game and a racing game. Driving can include racing, and FH5 most certainly does, but perhaps the greatest of its many triumphs is successfully tapping into a love for cars. But you don't need to be a gearhead with a nose for adjusting tire temperatures and maximizing downforce, as you do in simulation racers. Here, there's quite literally fun around every corner, whether it's trying to best your buddy's photo radar speed, busting through one of the countless billboards scattered around Horizon's gorgeous fictionalized Mexico, entering proper Horizon Festival events, or just doing goofy multiplayer events. Forza Horizon 5 is as chill and casual or as serious and hardcore as you want it to be, and that's a near impossible feat for any car game. Whether you're a longtime fan of From Software's notoriously challenging games or intrigued by the constant buzz, Elden Ring is a fantastic starting point for seeing what the Soulsborne genre is all about, thanks to its streamlined onboarding of new players, versatility in accommodating playstyle, and open-world design that alleviates the brick wall dilemma of getting stuck on a difficult boss. Stuck? Make a note on the jaw-droppingly large in-game map using a variety of pins, and simply go somewhere else. It's that elasticity that make this From Software adventure a slightly friendlier one, full of godlike bosses looking to snuff out your life, a deceptively large map, and intriguing NPCs rife with charm, mystery, and tragedy. Elden Ring offers the same journey and main quest for all who pick up the controller, but the character customization and open world design and how it allows the player to approach that journey is what makes everyone's quest through the lands between personal and memorable.
Champions! Welcome! A celebration of war! Paragon Festival!
And that's our list. If you want to check out our full written list of our top 15 Xbox Series X games, head on over to IGN.com. But what are some of your favorite Xbox Series X games? Let us know in the comments, and also be sure to check out our list of the top 10 PlayStation 5 games as well. Thanks for watching, and for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
Hello! Today we will show you a bit of the new There Is No Light gameplay, along with a couple of unseen locations. Hope you'll enjoy what we prepared for you. Now, we are located at Frontier. Pilgrims from all Underworld gather there to take their path to Messiah, their savior. But Solar Corps kill any heretic they can catch. We took a secret path through caves to reach the Pilgrims' camp. Along the hero's way, he will meet many people and creatures who need his support. Help or not is your choice, which will affect the hero's karma. Karma will be needed in future, so be mindful of your choices and decisions. First, Pilgrims Camp. Here, you can gather some information about Messiah, Pilgrims, and the Lighthouse of Hope. Some people can give you subquests with great rewards, so don't miss them. Here they are. Cannibals. They may look funny and stupid, but bloodlust made them very dangerous and aggressive. Here, you can see Karma Door, which can be used as a shortcut. For using these doors, the hero pays with his karma. Cannibals have strange architecture. They build their houses on top of each other, and that brings many conflicts among them. A tough fight ahead. Let's battle through it. Pilgrims believe that to clean your soul, you should look into holy water and reject any evil within you. I think our hero has many secrets because his evil side is tough as hell. There Is No Light is coming out this year.
A new Starfield developer diary just dropped, and with it a whole bunch of new exciting info about the game. Here are 9 details we learned from Todd Howard and the dev team. The characters that inhabit Starfield's universe are set to be a major step up from previous Bethesda games. The dev team is using similar photogrammetry techniques to what they use for landscapes for creating human characters. It sounds like some big decisions are going to be made at the beginning of your Starfield journey when it comes to character creation. Todd Howard mentions going
back to some things we didn't do, the backgrounds, the traits.
In Bethesda's previous games. These range from the traits and stats you pick to what faction you're going to align yourself with. Some of Starfield's major factions have been revealed in more detail. First up is the United Colonies, a representation of an idealized version of the future of the Space Republic. They are the most established political and military faction in the galaxy. The Freestar Collective was the enemy of the United Colonies in the colony war that precedes the events of Starfield. They even have a space western aesthetic and live out on the frontier. Ryujin Industries is a mega corporation that doesn't look too far removed from something seen in Blade Runner or Cyberpunk. The devs have teased that Ryujin has one of the best starts of any faction, as you apply for a job and have to see if you can cut the mustard. Not just enemies in the game, the Crimson Fleet is also a joinable space pirate faction. Joining them doesn't automatically make you an evil person in the world of Starfield though. Sure, you can play the bad guy and follow their orders if you like, but you also have the option to be a double agent of sorts and report back to one of the less evil factions. In other words, you can be a big ol' space snitch. You'll be able to meet numerous companions on your journey through Starfield. They'll make off-the-cuff comments as you explore and generally aid the feeling of immersion, just like all the best characters in Bethesda RPGs do. One of those companions has been revealed in the form of Vasco. A polite-sounding droid, he definitely seems more of the C-3PO end of the scale than Hal when it comes to friendly AI. Let's just hope he stays that way. An evolution of sorts of the Oblivion Persuasion minigame, a new conversation mechanic will have you trying to persuade other characters. Bethesda says this will make each dialogue encounter more involving. Whether this minigame is stats or skill-based is yet to be revealed. This is everything we've learned from the latest Starfield developer update, but there's obviously still so much we're yet to find out about. What are you most excited about in Starfield? Let us know in the comments, and remember, for more Starfield, stay tuned to IGN.
I always say that music is the 4th dimension. It is the emotional dimension. And so in order to create this, you have to ask these questions. Where are you going? You know, what's your motivation? What is your story? What is really pushing us? This is what really drove me more than anything else. These huge questions, they're as big as space.
Everything I've worked on at this studio, the music started very early on, as early as the concept art for the game. From when I began here in 2005. At that time, Oblivion was already well underway. But as we went on to Fallout 3 after that, that was one of the first things I worked on music-wise was the main theme. And that's always been the case, where the main theme sets the tone for everything else we do in the game. And there's time throughout the entire project for that to evolve.
That's true, and I remember like during the Fallout 4 visit, which was actually in 2012, I was wandering through the corridors and I basically stumbled into the artist's room. And it was the first time I actually saw them do what they're doing. I was captivated. I was like, wow, I mean, this is really what it is all about. And I felt so inspired and motivated basically to go back and, you know, to do the same thing with the palette of music. The biggest challenge is actually creating the signature.
I relax a lot once we feel good about the main theme, because the rest is going to, it'll be work and iteration, but it's going to write itself.
The way I looked at Starfield always is what I called the sanctified triplet, which is everything is streaming, right? Everything is changing and everything is returning back. Ta-da, ta-da, here's your development, and then ta-da, and back. So basically it presents itself, it develops, it goes back.
The circular.
Is exactly, some sort of like a circular journey.
You go out, you adventure, discover, return.
Yes, there's always the strive to go back home. And that's, I mean, I guess that's what feels so complete for us, right? We want to complete the mission. We want to complete our journey. We will find something, we will discover something, we'll take it with us, and we will go back home with it. When we built the traditional orchestral sound palette, we actually really divided the orchestral group. For example, took the woodwinds, okay? And we created like a whole woodwind layer that almost represents particle in space, because they don't play melodies at all. They play sort of like a high frequency sequence, you know, like together. So they almost don't sound like woodwind. They sound something between organic to synthetic. Then the strings, they will play this long chords or long melodies and long crescendos and diminuendos. And these kind of things along the line with the fast-moving woodwinds will create a nice blanket around these waves, okay? And then comes the brass. And the brass, especially the French horns, playing sort of like the beacon, you know, the call of the brass.
Those instrument groups as well, a lot of times when you are looking at that whole main theme, I'm kind of salivating, thinking about what can I do with that on the sound design side, you know, not just to weave the main theme into different key points in the game, leveling up, discovering new places. Could we use that as straight up sound design to take those woodwind tremolos and just, let's slow them way down, let's reverse them. I'll take any of that music and turn it into ambience somewhere. The music is like the companion. It's the companion to the player in the single-player game. We don't have control over how the player chooses to experience the game. Our sense of scale had to be totally readjusted in making a game on a planetary surface as we've always done before, and now where you have these very vast distances against this black, starry background. It is a blank canvas and a massive playground, and all the pieces are there for you to write your own story. Whether you jump right in and you wish to follow the main quest, the main story, and go to the obvious. One point leads to another, leads to another. The music has a funny way of playing the right chord change at the right time, and a lot of that just happens at random. You look over the valley at just the right moment, and that just happens to be when this one chord change happens, and there are times like that that feel scripted, and they're not. And I like that each player has that experience for themselves personally.
I believe that the game is a whole experience, and music is part of the whole experience. I believe that the best music in a game is a music that you don't hear, music that you feel. This is something that is bigger than us. I mean, so many people worked on this game. And so my wish is that specifically the music will be present in a way that is going to magnify the entire experience.
30 years ago, we thought we had contained the corruption on Earth. We were wrong. The corruption has reached the colonies. If we don't stop it, humanity will have nowhere to hide. With great power, well, you know the rest.
For over a decade, players have created a thriving culture of competition and creativity around our games. From clutch plays with friends to unforgettable moments in esports, to amazing creations that have blown our minds, our community has continually taken Riot Games to new heights. Today, we're proud to invite the Xbox community into that world. We're bringing our biggest PC and mobile games to Game Pass. Subscribers will unlock every champion on League and Wild Rift, all Valorant agents, select cards in Legends of Runeterra, and little legends in Teamfight Tactics. And that's just the start. Thank you for coming on this journey with us, and welcome to Riot Games.
Home sweet home.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day?
Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' swerve, Kali got the job, Kali got the word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed, 문 열지 마 there's a rock day. 당겨봐 your mark 'cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 보니, but all of my numbers are talking back. 부르마 본 message monopoly. 눈종이 돌리나 물건이 필요 없대 너네들이만 내 맘을 get it, the mission 눈을 못 떼 못해 그래 너도 get it 'cause I got it different.
That were free to those who sailed the sea, though there's always more potential within. And as this song will spell out, there's plenty to sing about, now that you can finally be a captain. Can you imagine owning your own ship, decorated with what you acquire? Then to satisfy your vanity, as long as there's no profanity, you can name it just how you desire. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, there's boatloads of new features we proclaim. or to set sail as a pirate captain. That's why we really think that you should play this game.
And it's available with Xbox Game Pass, of course.
Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain. Adventure will come knocking on your door. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain. And you'll be amazed at what we have in store. The choice is yours, whatever captain you may be. Whether that's gold looting, no-scope shooting, rowboat racing, or embracing, everybody's welcome in this game. So come set sail as a pirate captain. Our time is almost up, so as we leave, if you want to be a pirate captain, come do it in Season 7 to Sea of Thieves.
Play it now with Game Pass.
It's hard to express how excited all of us at Bethesda are to be here with you today. We're so grateful you're spending the time, and we know you've waited a long time to finally see Starfield. It's easily our most ambitious game ever. Like our previous games, it's an epic role-playing game where you get to be who you want and go where you want. But this time, you'll be exploring space. So let's jump right in. This is early in the game as you arrive on the mysterious moon of Crete.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction. aware that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
After some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation, who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're building, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
The new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the settled systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet! Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules. Agree to work for UCC Steph. Together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with the resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this. It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs, from engines to shields to weapon systems, because yes, you can fly it.
Thrusters boosted.
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game. Thanks again for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land into Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet. And it's not just this planet, it's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
I found you. Bearer of the eternal elixir
Play it day one with Game Pass.
I'm sorry, Amicia. For Hugo.
He's not dead yet.
The macula's not just in Hugo's blood. It concerns everybody. And it can change everything.
No!
No.
Rotten flesh. Remember, no more killing soldiers. No more killing us.
Look out! There's a killer around here! One of our men has been murdered!
You're only making it worse!
Amicia, don't!
I'm tired of being afraid. I'll show them that it's over.
Finally!
See? They're nothing! Nothing to be scared of! No!
You are not them.
What is wrong with me? Hugo.
Amicia!
Come on. Do it. Quick.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
I speak now to those who heed a darker call. Those bold enough to cross the line of sin for deeper knowledge. Who follow an unquenchable yearning, born of blood and bone. To unlock the forbidden secrets and foulest black rituals, calling forth life from death.
My family. My soul.
To truly embrace this power, you must take it into the world. You will be shunned, scorned, marked as a living sacrifice to this profane knowledge. You will be a priest of Rathma, a necromancer. And you will not confront the darkness alone. We are the speakers of the dead, and the dead have no mercy.
Play it on Xbox Series X and S.
Now, I'm excited to announce a special partnership between Xbox Game Studios and one of the greatest creative minds and innovators in our industry, someone that I have admired for many years. Today, I'm pleased to share we will be working together to create a brand new experience like we've never seen before.
Thank you, Phil. こんにちは、小島秀夫です。ずっと作りたかったゲームがあります。それは誰も体験したことも見たこともない全く新しいものです。それが作れる日が来るのをずっと待っておりました。マイクロソフトの最先端クラウドテクノロジーと市場の変化によってその未知なる構想への挑戦がようやく可能となりました。少し時間はかかるかもしれませんが、これから、Xbox ゲームスタジオと提携し皆さんに喜んでいただけるニュースをお届けしていきたいと思います。ご期待ください。
Legends hold great power. They are the dreams we weave into our shared story. Some legends tell of peace and the beauty of simplicity. Some tell of danger and the end of all things. But the legends we hold dearest are legends of hope, of creativity, and of bravery. And friendships that change the world forever. This is the legend of a united overworld. United by you.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
Play it now with Game Pass.
My name is Isabelle Valois. I'm an aspirant in the Sapphire Tourney, a proving ground for squires looking to join the knightly orders. She is honest, and she is kind, and she is deeply devoted to the values of knighthood. The people of the Sisters take pride in our knights, the same as anywhere in High Rock. I think one of the favorite ways she was described to me when I first started recording her was, she's like that girl on your dorm floor who finds out that you have alcohol in your room. And she would never turn you in for it ever, but she will definitely give you the side eye and maybe a little lecture about why that's not the smartest idea. Eight above, help me. They're artists and sailors, singers, bards, and pirates all. Brave, swashbuckling warriors that make you recite poetry. Ghastly stuff. She is a follower of the god Stendar, who is both the god of righteous might and mercy. So I think that says a lot about her. She believes the world is what you make of it. So it's shaped by her choices. And because of that, I think she can leave the world better than she found it. Of course. Drake, I'm sorry. I bet I came on a little strong. I've spent months preparing for the tourney. These companion characters are so well-rounded. It feels like they're alive, you know? As you spend time with them in the game, you really get to see their personalities fully. I think it just creates this bond with your companion that is so important when you're playing this game. Sorry, it's a curse I picked up from my dad. A word from the old druid tongue that's been co-opted for common folk. I sort of grew up here at the castle, and it's a little more acceptable than the curses the dockhands use. So I use it. And I really love that both the companion characters available are so very different. You know, they couldn't be more opposite. So with Isabelle, you get this beautiful, wholesome, knightly experience. I would never. Stealing is, well, unknightly. If you decide to have Ember as your companion, you can just lean into the trash fire because she's so much fun. Now, let's get things started.
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game. Thanks again for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land into Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet. And it's not just this planet, it's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
For most people, Turok is just a pit stop.
Wasn't taking the scenic route your idea?
But for us, it felt like a trap.
There's enough cash in that safe to put the last few weeks behind us. On the ground, now!
You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. We'd been in the wrong place forever.
Sometimes doing the right thing is doing the wrong thing.
got eyes on 2 hostages.
None of us escaped that night.
It's okay.
Even those of us who made it out alive.
Stop! Why are you following me?
We've taken very different paths in life. But they all lead back to Two Rock.
Get rid of the cop. Hey there.
Evening. Hey, Sam.
Say, you haven't seen 3 fellas in a blue pickup, have you?
Nope. Been here all day.
How you liking the Desert Dream?
Oh, can't complain.
Can I ask what brings you to Two Rock?
Play it day one with Game Pass. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Diablo 4 is the next generation of action RPG, melding monster slaying and loot collecting with a fully realized open world.
It's not for the faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
Diablo 4 is all about player choice.
It takes all of the pillars of a Diablo game and just expands them with all of the new features that people really love and appreciate in modern games. Whoever you see yourself being, you can create in Diablo 4.
It's important to include robust character customization because then I can play the fantasy that I want to play. It allows you to switch around your playstyle as well.
Everything feels very powerful and fun.
One of the really cool things about having an open world is your journey that you take throughout Diablo 4 is your own. There's no linear path that you have to follow.
We've got almost 150 dungeons in the game.
There's all kinds of surprises as you're exploring.
Strongholds are an enemy territory that you need to reclaim.
You might have a space that begins as a hostile area, but after you've cleared it out,
The evil in this place has been cleansed.
it now becomes a friendly town.
Sometimes it's a new town, sometimes it's a new dungeon. There's a whole bunch of rewards that you get. and you have a real impact on the world as a result.
No, you can't leave us here. They might come back any moment.
Local events are really cool little story segments that happen within the open world.
You'll just be running through the world, and then a local event will pop up, and you can choose to participate in it, or get a group together and just wail on these like giant world bosses.
These are events that take a lot of people, and you really have to work together.
Being able to see all the players on your screen, collaborating, trying to take this big monster down, it's epic.
It's so easy to create a community. It makes Diablo more of a social experience.
We've got fully enabled crossplay.
If you have an Xbox and your buddy has a PC, you're going to be able to group up.
Or you could play couch co-op. 2 people on a couch can sit there and have a great experience.
We've created specific zones where players can engage in PvP.
If you go there, you can start swinging away at people. But you're also opening yourself up to being swung at.
If you're like really, really good, the game actually marks you as like a champion on the map. You basically become a loot pinata, and everyone wants to chase you down.
The last story mission is really the beginning of a whole different part of the journey.
Now you're set up for the end game, and that end game is rich with things to do that allow you to get more and more powerful.
Whether it's new items or new dungeons or new Paragon boards, every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience.
And it's something that we're going to support for years to come.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo 4.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign,
local events,
couch co-op,
endgame,
PvP, it almost doesn't end.
And we are so close.
Play it on Xbox Series X and S.
Forza Motorsport is back. I'm Dan Greenwald, GM of Motorsport, and I'm joined by Chris Sasaki, Creative Director at Turn 10. Forza is known for its photoreal beauty and state-of-the-art immersion. Built from the ground up to showcase the Xbox Series X and S consoles, including techniques like real-time ray tracing on track. This is the most technically advanced racing game ever made.
Today, we're excited to show you the all-new Forza Motorsport. Welcome to Maple Valley. This track has been a fan favorite since the original Motorsport launched back in 2005. For the first time in Forza Motorsport, fully dynamic time of day brings Maple Valley to life in stunning detail. What you are seeing is an in-engine gameplay demo presented using a single camera with no cuts. Let's jump in with the M8. We've completely overhauled the driving experience. This includes a 48 times improvement in the fidelity of our physics simulation. Let's advance time of day here and look at the world details. Everything you see is new and has been captured with photogrammetry and 3D material scans. Advanced rendering and procedural generation techniques bring a new level of realism to the track. Here you can see the beautiful fall colors of Maple Valley. The grass, rocks, 3D vegetation, skies and clouds, they all demonstrate a generational leap in beauty and detail. Let's advance time again. You are looking at our all-new dynamic time of day. This is a fundamental system to the new Forza Motorsport, and like weather, is available on every track. These new simulation details add further depth, drama, and dynamics to the racing experience. In addition to our dynamic time of day, Forward Plus lighting and physically based lights come together to deepen the realism and immersion in the world. Changes in the time of day also change ambient temperatures, which affect track surface temps. Grip is also affected by these track temp changes, rubbering in, and of course, weather. Let's head to the pits. We've added features that players have been asking for. Tire and fuel management, multiple tire compounds, and new depth in car building create the ultimate racing playset. Advanced materials and shaders, paired with ray tracing, bring out incredible detail in the gold heat wrap, anodized aluminum, and carbon fiber. Engine bays, with their complex self-reflection, is a place where ray tracing really shines. Car damage is a racing reality. In Forza Motorsport, car damage is reproduced down to the individual scratches on the bodywork. You can see here some of the new details in the directionality of damage, how the paint peels away at exposed and raised edges, in the wheel abrasions, and even in the dirt buildup. Using the power of the Xbox Series X and S consoles, ray tracing makes everything feel more connected. Cars reflecting onto other cars. Cars reflect in their own mirrors, bodywork, brake rotors, and wings. Things just feel more natural, more real. We believe that the accuracy of our overhauled physics, the beauty of our cars and tracks, our new dynamic time of day, advanced car damage, and real-time ray tracing on track lead to a generational leap in immersion. This is the all-new Forza Motorsport.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Kids, are you ready for a new wild and wacky fruit flavor? Introducing Apricot. Stop by. Make sure you get your Billy Hog hot dog.
Special breaking report. More local teenagers have gone missing. This could be linked to the disturbing trend of missing teenagers from our otherwise quiet town. If anyone has seen the teenagers or has any other information, please contact the police department.
Hello, micro friends. Great news! Virgil knows you might be a little homesick, but that can be repaired. First, you will need to survive the yard against terrifying insects and treacherous wastelands. Unfortunately, my memory chip is a little rusty. But with a little maintenance, we can unravel why you are here. Before someone or something terminates your tiny existence. Good luck!
Play it now with Game Pass. Play it now with Game Pass.
I remember when you first arrived. You made quite the entrance. You wanted to make a new life for yourself. And while you explored, You uncovered a mystery. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this. Together.
Play it day one with Game Pass. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Rumor has it something's off at the church. There's blood in the baptismal font, and pastor's gone missing. And my genius plan was to investigate it. Alone. Of course. Don't stress, Layla. Oh, shit. What was that?
He is the truth in the darkness. He is the word in the shadow. I've seen the movement in the dark. I've seen the shadow. I see yours.
Oh, Lord!
I'll bite out your heart.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God.
us goodbye.
Jacob! Oh, thank God.
Come on, let's find the others and beat feet.
You know, Redfall used to look like it was straight out of a postcard. A picturesque island off the coast of Massachusetts. The bustling historic downtown, the seafront district, and the old lighthouse. Then, something happened. People started vanishing, and those who didn't sold out, big time. Fast forward, basically everyone's either a vampire, a cultist trying to become a vampire, or dead. And these aren't just trashy movie vampires. These monsters blocked out the sun and pushed back all the water, totally cut us off from the outside world. Gotta admit though, if I have to be stuck on an island full of vampires, I'm glad it's with y'all.
Feelings mutual, I guess.
Aw, thanks, Jacob. We've also got Remy, our engineer genius, and her little robot buddy.
She means you reborn. Who's a good robot? Who's the best robot?
And our resident expert on all things creepy.
I prefer the term cryptozoologist, but to each their own.
Last but not least, yours truly. I have these weird powers.
We've been digging for answers, but haven't found much beyond blood and death. Luckily, the vampires and their sycophants aren't discreet about where they like to nest. I'd bet the answers we need are inside those tourist traps turned fortresses.
Spotted some bloodsuckers in their fan club near the festival grounds. Let's start there. Ghosting out.
Cultists could go straight at him or just slip past.
Let's just get this done. On my mark. Oh shit, blood bag! They know we're here. Look alive!
This one is mine.
Going up.
My cryptid hunter's intuition tells me there's a nest nearby.
Your what?
Duff, that's not a thing.
Found something.
Oh, now I simply must go in there.
What is that? Where does it go?
Some kind of collective consciousness.
That's impossible.
There's the movie theater. I used to come here all the time. Why'd they have to mess this up for me? Ah, shit.
It's alive.
It'll collapse any second.
Run!
The grannies wanna sip they tea. And you come on parching in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip that monologue and the argument. I'm like,
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Helios. They search for someone who does not exist. The Shadow. The forgotten child of a scattered race. Lost until now. Now they have awakened the Erebon. Now they have awakened me. But I am not their hope. I am their reckoning. they will not drag me into their light. Because their light is a lie.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
When the gods first emerged from the great below, we saw them as saviors. Instead, they unleashed a pestilence on our world. No one yet knows if you can kill a god. I, for one, intend to find out.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. You realize we're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away!
Oh yeah, that's one of my children. They die fast. Don't worry, it's easy to make more. Hey there, I'm Knifey. Stab, stab. Yes, more, I need more stabbing.
Everyone, fight each other!
now I can.
Play it day one with Game Pass. Play it day one with Game Pass.
You'll like this one.
1, 2, 3, 4!
No wastelander has ever made it to the reckoning before. But here I am. A free-for-all with 0 rules. And the survivor gets the throne.
Welcome back, Chapter Jack.
King Howell has never lost. Not in 13 years of rule.
On the battlefield.
Not until today.
The reckoning begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
Did you really think this would be a fair fight?
Which one's your favorite? Mine's Tracer. She's like, cheers, love, the cavalry's here. You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Before me, I see the future. Human. Machine.
You know there's more out there, don't you?
Even the best journeys end. But a new one is right around the corner.
Ever strike!
I am your queen! Let's take him to the wasteland!
One punch is all I need.
Nice work, T. Keep it moving.
I cannot wait to push.
Draw. Yippee-ki-yay! Boom, baby!
Check me out.
Do something!
Get in there.
It takes a team to tango.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Desolate and decayed. A grisly nightmare of macabre perception. Greetings. I'm your host, Doug Bradley, and I invite you to join me as we explore Scorn's mesmerizing labyrinth of odd forms and somber tapestries. You awake in the middle of a desolate hellscape filled with biomechanical contraptions, part flesh, part machine. An industrial civilization now lying in decay and ruin. A hidden fauna sleeps within the underbelly of the world, wanting nothing more than to be left undisturbed. Scorn has been carefully crafted with great attention to detail. Everything is focused on building a specific atmosphere. From a unique organic ecosystem to an unsettling soundscape created by Ethek and Lustmord. Scorn has no dialogue, so most of the storytelling comes from the environment. Discovering the ever-present symbiotic relationships and how things are connected equips you with the tools to progress. While there is shooting within the game, Scorn is not a shooter. Every encounter must be carefully considered. A wrong choice could be deadly. I hope you've enjoyed this glimpse into the twisted world of Scorn. The team at Ebb Software can't wait for you to uncover the secrets of this unique world as you experience Scorn firsthand. this October. Are you prepared to unravel your inner self within Scorn's world of horror?
Play it day one with Game Pass.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction. It would appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
Hey, there you are!
some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation, who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're building, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
The new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the settled systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet!
Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules. Agree to work for UCC staff. Together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Freestar Collective. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game. Thanks again for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land in New Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet. And it's not just this planet, it's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
Okay, in case you missed it, Bethesda announced today that Starfield and Redfall have been delayed to the first half of 2023. Not great news. I'm Brian Latano. This is Ryan McCaffrey. Let's break down what this means for this year and for next year for Xbox. How you doing, McCaffrey?
I'm good, man. The Brian and Ryan show. It has been way too long since you and I sat down. Sadly, it's over bad news, but there is some good to be taken out of this, at least.
That's true. That's true. Now, obviously, they had originally committed to the 11/11/22 date. I love that. It was catchy. That's not happening. So that was part of the whole sort of big Bethesda buyout. We saw Starfield was probably one of the most anticipated games of the year, one of the biggest games of the year, definitely one of the most ambitious games of the year. Fallout in space, as the shorthand goes for it. But not surprising that it's getting moved like almost every giant game has during this pandemic era of gaming. So I'm sort of stumped as to what this means exactly right now for Xbox, because we know that big things are coming, and we'll get to that in a second. But I think right now in the short term for 2022, it does put them in a very unique spot in not having any sort of significant big first-party games to tout for, their both of their consoles, which are by all means very successful otherwise.
Yeah, highest revenue console platform of Q1 2021. They've got a lot of momentum on the hardware side. On the platform side, of course, Game Pass continues to get bigger and bigger. But you're right. Like, for all the momentum that they had from last year with Halo, with Forza Horizon, with Psychonauts 2, with a number of other third-party exclusives as well, things were really looking up. And unfortunately, just the way the development cookie crumbles, 2022 is suddenly looking pretty bleak as far as Xbox exclusives goes. So what we've had so far, because Sony's had a tremendous year already, and that's we don't even have God of War Ragnarok yet, so they got that to look forward to on the PlayStation side. But on Xbox, we had Crossfire X, which was a disappointment. We had the best game of the year so far for Xbox exclusive-wise, the game behind me, Tunic, which I reviewed, gave a 9. No regrets. The game's amazing. Brian Altano, it is definitely a Brian Altano kind of game. If you haven't played it yet, you've got to play it.
Playing it on Xbox and restarted it on Steam Deck too. Yeah, it's fun.
Nice. Oh yeah, good Steam Deck game too. Shredder's a snowboarding game, so that's an exclusive most people probably weren't even aware of. That was definitely a smaller time game. And then there is one we should be able to mark like in pen, not in pencil, and that's Deathloop, which we already know is a 10 out of 10 video game. The 1-year exclusivity on PlayStation will expire in September of this year, so presumably we will get that. I don't know if they'll be able to talk about it at the showcase next month, the Xbox showcase, because who knows what the terms of that deal are with Sony, but we should be seeing that this fall, I think, on Xbox.
Which puts that one next to the sort of like interesting category with, Ghostwire being on PS5 and Xbox having a part of that too. Part of that, those, 1-year exclusivity deals as well. So yeah, that's, it's that is part of the conversation. It is a small part, but it is in there.
And then the rest of 2022 for now. Now, Altano recognized that the showcase in 1 month from today, June 12th, it's May 12th as we shoot this, I'm sure we'll get some 2022 release dates. And I'm going to talk about a couple that I think are somewhat likely, but here's what's currently on the schedule. Only one of the games I'm about to list for you has an actual specific day that's on the calendar, and that is Warhammer 40,000 Darktide. That is a third-party Xbox exclusive scheduled for September 13th of this year. Also on the calendar, again, all third-party stuff at the moment, Scorn, which is the long-delayed, just first-person, disgusting horror game, very H.R. Geiger-esque, that looks like it'll be pretty good. That's scheduled for October, but no date yet. And then games without even any months, but they're just still for now, 2022. Some really cool stuff here. Somerville, which is from the ex-Limbo and Inside developers. That game looks phenomenal. And then you've got Replaced, another, indie exclusive, but that was a big standout from the showcase last year at E3 2021. That's that side-scrolling pixel art steampunk game that looked fantastic. That grabbed a lot of attention last year. That is, as far as we know, penciled in for 2022 on Xbox. And then another one, which I have major doubts about because we've heard literally zero about it since its announcement. The announcement did millions of views on IGN. That was Ark 2. You remember that was the trailer. That's the Ark sequel that had Vin Diesel in the trailer. So
my brain had completely forgotten about that until you reminded me of it this morning, by the way.
Well, me too. I had to do my research and I was like, yeah, that was okay. That's still 2022. Yeah, probably not. But unless, who knows? Maybe we'll get a pleasant surprise at the Xbox showcase for that one. And then Halo Infinite's already out, but we'll have season 3 of that game for the multiplayer, free-to-play multiplayer, starting in November. So that's, that'll be new maps, new modes, some stuff to look forward to there. So that's it, Brian. We can talk about some maybes on the first party side for 2022.
Well, that's the thing. what's interesting about Xbox right now is that they do own a ton of studios. They do have a bunch of irons in the fire, as they say, but it does feel like a bunch of them got moved for this year, and that's just sort of bad coincidence. It could be just an overall perfect storm happening here. But yeah, there are some question marks of stuff that we know is in the works, but I would be surprised if some of these games came out this year, but who knows? They're worth mentioning, right? So there's Hellblade 2.
Yeah, that, because we've seen that a couple times. We got a 6-minute gameplay trailer for that at the Game Awards back in December, so 6 months ago now. And that one we know is Unreal Engine 5, and Unreal Engine 5 is finished and shipped to developers. So I feel like of the first-party titles that are in the hopper for Microsoft, Hellblade 2 has at least maybe a 50-50, a coin flips chance of coming out this year. And maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe, because of course Microsoft knows these games could all delay, including Starfield. Todd Howard, sadly, unsuccessful in calling his shot, Babe Ruth style, last year, saying 11-11-22. But that's all right. I mean, we want Starfield to be the best game it can be. I'll wait as long as it takes.
Agreed.
So, maybe Hellblade 2.
What was it? Two or 3 weeks ago, actually, the Xbox UK account tweeted out like 200 days until Starfield. Can you believe it?
Yeah,
and and it is worth mentioning that days do take longer on other planets, so maybe that's part of it.
It's November 11th in the Starfield universe, just not on Earth.
It's like 2,000 something hours for a full day on Venus, so maybe that's where it's taking place. We've got Forza Motorsport. That's a potential. I mean, what do you think the likelihood of that launching this year is?
Again, probably a 50-50 coin flip, because that's same thing. We haven't heard about this since it was announced at the 2020 showcase. So it's 2 years since I'm sure, like, I would bet lunch that I would bet you a Taylor ham sandwich that we will see that at the Xbox showcase next month. Whether it A, gets a release date, and B, if it does, if that release date is this year, remains to be seen. We had Forza Horizon 5, IGN's Game of the Year for 2021. Last fall, we know that this Forza Motorsport is a reboot of the Sim side of the franchise. It's going to be next-gen only, no more Xbox One. So I think that's, it's a maybe for this year. My gut is leaning towards no, but I think there's an outside chance that could land this fall.
We've also got the Indiana Jones game from Machine Games, which we got a brief glimpse of. It was kind of that like overhead death shot of the map and stuff like that. My gut on this one is that this will get timed closer to the movie release, whenever that is happening. That new Indiana Jones 5 or whatever feels like that's been being worked on for ages now. But never say never. I do hope we see something about that in the showcase, because I don't know, it just sounds awesome. I love Indiana Jones. And then there's that kind of rumored GoldenEye remaster that, who knows, that one, that's the game that at least 14 different intellectual property holders were involved with at some point. That's a whole rat's nest. Now, one thing that I have been thinking about a little bit today is that Xbox does have a ton of money, and they theoretically freed up a bunch of marketing dollars this fall. So could they potentially throw some money at a third-party game to do a Outrider-style day-and-date launch on Game Pass this fall? But digging around, this fall isn't that crazy for anyone, really. Like we mentioned God of War before, which I cannot wait for. Game still does not have a release date. Breath of the Wild 2 got moved to next year. There is a Call of Duty this year, although that is theoretically taking a year off at some point next year, I believe.
Yeah, the Treyarch game next time, yeah.
Yep. So in terms of big games this fall, we've got Gotham Knights, which we got a sort of 13-minute extended demo of this week.
October 25th for that one, I believe.
We've got Saints Row in, I believe, late August. So not exactly a fall game, but not really like a ton of really big things that they could be like, here's some money, launch it on Game Pass along with everything else, right? So I don't have the numbers off the top of my head on how well that sort of deal works historically for third-party publishers going on to Game Pass day and date as the other platforms. But it seems like people, studios aren't necessarily against it or apprehensive to it, and some are even embracing it. So that that's a chance? I mean, what do you see happening there?
I mean, I think you nailed the major candidates. What few there are so far.
Yeah.
I mean, Saints Row. I mean, I don't think that moves the needle. With all due respect to Saints Row, which is a series that I've enjoyed for many years. I think Saints Row. I'm in the Saints Row 3 is the best Saints Row camp. I know I'm going to get some commenters that are going to say Saints Row 2. Much love to you guys. They're both excellent choices, but
3's my favorite too.
This new Saints Row reboot's not doing anything for me so far. We'll see how that goes, but I do think Gotham Knights would move the needle. That's a significant game. That's a game we were talking about it on Next Gen Console Watch this week. The one that hasn't aired yet. It will air after this records, but oh well. That one, they had their old gen versions canceled. PS4 and Xbox One canceled.
Right.
That could be something where Microsoft might want to throw a few bags of cash at WB and say, hey, let's get this on Game Pass, and then let's use the cloud technology that we've been building.
Hey, we are a small snippet of Squanch Games, and we are here to tell you how excited we are to be a part of the Microsoft Games Show Extended.
Game Showcase Extended.
You know, Game Showcase Extended. What's the need for the extended? Why add that extra word?
It's like,
is there one that's not extended? And that's why?
We're getting nods. There is a not extended one, okay.
And that one's just called without the extended.
So that's just called
there's the normal one. Yeah. I know what this is. Yeah. Well, hey, look, we're happy to be a part of it nonetheless.
Welcome to Xbox Games Showcase Extended. I'm Aaron, this is Malik, and we have the honor of diving deeper into some of the most exciting and talked about announcements, as well as gameplay from the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase just 2 days ago. For the first time ever, the entire showcase was focused on games you can play over the next 12 months.
That's right, Aaron. You saw world premiere gameplay from Redfall and Starfield, and today we've got Bethesda's own Pete Hines right here to tell us more. You'll hear from the renowned developers behind the brand new Xbox franchise, Our History Untold. Dive into Naraka Bladepoint with our partners at NetEase Games, and so much more.
But first, we begin with a special look at how our fans got to celebrate the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase with a message from our very own Phil Spencer.
I love coming to events like this. You can just feel the energy, people loving to come together as a community, their love of video games, the Xbox fans. Just a really special time for everybody, myself included. Gaming has this unique ability to bring people together, whether it's saving the world from the aliens or winning a football game. It's so great. I love hearing from people. What did you like in the show? Those conversations with people that are here about areas that they like and areas they wish we would do more, I think that's something that drives us. You saw it in the show today. People said, we want to see more gameplay. And so we said, okay, great. You're going to see a ton of gameplay.
Yeah, I think this is our biggest lineup ever in terms of just diversity of different kinds of games from different kinds of teams, different genres.
There's some franchises, Japanese franchises, don't always come to Xbox. We've been working on that. Today we obviously had Persona.
It's important to us. We not only have all the games coming from our internal studios, but also great independent game developers that we worked with around the world. So could not be more excited for what we're doing with Kojima.
And he's got this really great idea for a game. And I want to be clear, because I know we say like experience and stuff. He's building a video game, but he has this real unique things that he wants to do in the game. And we said, okay, let's go do something together. And I'm just really proud to be in an industry that can be part of so many people coming together.
Bethesda opened the showcase with a dramatic gameplay demo for Redfall and closed it with Todd Howard showing us how deep the rabbit hole goes on Starfield. And we also got a sneak peek at upcoming expansions for Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76. Here to break it all down for us is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Pete Hines from Bethesda. Pete, how are you?
I'm great. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. So about a month ago, you all announced some delays for both Redfall and Starfield. So I wanted to give you a chance to tell us a little bit about the decision-making process for that.
Absolutely. Look, with all the time that goes into a game, it would be foolish to rush it out the door before it's ready. I think we have continued to sort of examine how we think about games and making sure that they are going to meet our players' expectations. Obviously, the last 2 years have really challenged us from a development standpoint. How we work now largely remotely, while a lot of our folks are not back in the office. And, that has an impact. I also think we've been thinking about things like release dates and when do we give those out and how do we make sure we give one out that we actually hit and don't have to change later. So it's not something we undertake lightly, but at the end of the day, I think what our fans expect, what Xbox fans, what Bethesda fans expect is a high quality game, and we want to do everything we can to give our teams the time to fully realize the games they're making.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's all about, right? Like delivering an amazing experience for the players out there. And so, speaking of games, we're just going to jump into it. We're going to start with how the showcase started with
Sounds good.
Redfall. Now, before we even get into the game, Arcane's making the game, and I want you to talk a little bit about the pedigree of Arcane, just in case people don't know.
Sure.
These folks over there, they're doing their thing.
Arcane Studios is known for really amazing, immersive sims. They do any number of things. If you play games of theirs, Dishonored 2, Prey, there's a lot of common threads you'll find in them. They create really amazing, believable worlds. I think that's a big part of their game is when you're in Dunwall or you're up on a space station in Prey, that it feels believable. There's a reason why things are the way they are. They're also big believers in systems-based as opposed to scripted. So they really embrace player freedom and sort of giving players the tools to decide, you figure out how you want to complete this mission or get through this area. We're not going to tell you how. We're just going to give you tools and then give you the freedom to go and do. But, there's great characters and interesting story. They bring a lot of different elements and then really let the player create the experience they want.
And that's what it's all about. Gamers have taken many games and made it their own. And I think the fact that Arcane is making the game with that in mind is super important. Now, how similar or dissimilar would you say this game, Redfall, is from the other Arcane games?
Look, on the surface, it's a first-person shooter that you can play solo or with up to 4 players. And so immediately you might say, well, it's not a single-player game, so it must be wildly different. And don't get me wrong, there's absolutely ways in which it is different, but I think when folks play the game, and even when they see more of the game, I think they'll start to see all of those things about an arcane game that they love and appreciate. You know, why it's won multiple Action Game of the Year awards for Dishonored 2, is their ability to bring all of those things together, really high level of polish, and let folks experience it. And so I think all of those things we talked about. If you want to play a game by yourself and get a great arcane story, you can absolutely do that in Redfall. But you can also do things that you haven't been able to do in an arcane game, like experience it with friends and find out sort of how the whole can become greater than the sum of the parts, like playing it off of each character's abilities. You saw some of that in the demo that we showed. You know, I think the more that people appreciate that, you almost are going to want to try and play Redfall a couple of different ways. You might want to play it by yourself a little bit, play it with others, and it's a game that allows you to do either or both of those things, however you see fit. I'm glad you talked about playing with friends, because I'm taking applications for friends to help me get through Redfall. Can I put my name on that list? I'm down to a little... It'd be an honor. Pete, keep me on that list. All right, we need to go explore Redfall together. I'm excited. I can't wait for that. And so let's talk a little bit more about the game. Now, you know, between the trailer that we saw last year at the reveal, as well as this one that we just saw, I feel like Redfall reminded players of other co-op shooters, like Left 4 Dead, for example. What makes Redfall unique? Again, it's one of those things, like if you watch just like combat footage, you might look at Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood or any of these things and go, oh, I see multiple characters facing a bunch of enemies, and like, so it's the same game. But I think that would be doing a disservice, that it's all of the things that take place in between the combat as well as the combat itself, sort of combining different skills and abilities in the way that you do. You know, Layla dropping down an elevator using her powers that Jacob can use to get up top on a roof and provide cover. You know, you have different characters who play roles really well, how you choose to use Brebone, the robot. All of those things come into, again, allowing the players not to say, here's a set of rules and you can only use, like, no, here's just some stuff that you can go off into this amazing sort of dynamic, ever-changing world and sort of experience and explore for yourself. And you come back the next day and it'll look and feel like a different experience, even though you're in the exact same part of the game. I mean, I think those are the kinds of things that Arcane does that really bring that sort of extra special element that makes their game so compelling. Yeah, compelling and fresh. So I'm excited for Redfall, and you said it here for everyone to see that we're going to be playing together. So I'm going to hold you to that. Absolutely. You got the proof. All right. Can't wait. Awesome. So let's talk about Elder Scrolls Online. Now, I want to talk about the team philosophy, because I hear that the team is actually banned from saying things like, now is the perfect time to play. My least favorite saying is there's never been a better time to play a game. Like, we all say that. Yes, games always get better. We know that. The thing that we love about where Elder Scrolls Online is going is their ability to continually refresh the experience for players, provide new experiences, like going to High Isle, a place they've never been in an Elder Scrolls game. It does a lot of things like story and intrigue. There's a lot of politics in High Isle, different factions and the conflict that's going on there. And again, a way that you can jump in and play by yourself and experience it by yourself, even though it's an MMO. But the real special sauce of Elder Scrolls Online is our amazing community. They're so welcoming. They're so helpful. You know, if you need a little bit of help, if you need a lot of help, they're there for you. They're there for you to help explain, to make sure you have a fun experience. And honestly, like, that is such a huge part for an online game of creating an environment where anybody, no matter whether you just started playing or you've been playing for 8 years, can have a good experience, no matter how you decide to engage with it. I love that you mentioned that. Community is as you mentioned, is such a huge part of any online game. And so for players who may not have played Elder Scrolls, who are, like you said, looking to jump in, to know that they have that community backing them, that's going to help them guide them in their journey, is super exciting. So, but I want to talk about Fallout a little bit. Okay. Huge milestone recently, 25 years of Fallout. It can rent a car even now. At this point, right? We're talking about it. All right, so this has to mean something super special to the team. Absolutely, and look, we are as aware of anybody. Like, this franchise did not start with Bethesda. It's one that we took on along the way, and our intent is not just to pay homage to, like, Bethesda Fallout. Like, no, we mean all Fallout, because what this series has done, what it meant to us as players when we went and played those games, played the original Fallout 2, and then what the franchise has become, and sort of growing and finding an even a new audience with Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 76 is something we really want to celebrate. And honestly, what's going on in Fallout 76 with the pit and your ability to continue to push the boundaries in an online game of story and meaningful player choice, and as you're going along, making decisions that kind of matter and have a real impact, I think is important in the evolution of Fallout 76. And just honestly, how far that game has come from its launch. Like, we're keenly aware of how that launch went, but we are also keenly aware of the incredible amount of effort and dedication from all of our teams across Bethesda to say, like, we believe in this thing and we want to give the fans more of what they want and the kind of experiences that they want. And where Fallout 76 is now is truly remarkable when you go back and look at sort of where we were and how far we've come, and honestly, how much cool stuff is in store in the pit. It's going to be super fun.
Excited to jump in. And again, that's one of those things that I'm sure you guys attribute to the community, giving that feedback.
That 76 community, again, not just in the game, but what they do for each other, to support other folks in the community, what they have done to raise funds for worthwhile causes. Like, it's not just an amazing group of gamers, it's an amazing group of human beings, and honestly, one that we're honored to interact with and be a part of every day.
I love that, Pete. Before you make me cry, we're going to move on to Starfield, all right?
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about it. Starfield ended the show. I got to say, watching the trailer, breathtaking. It's one of those things from the different locations and just seeing the difference between that moon versus the populated city, just amazing. The dog fighting, just everything was so awesome. The team really outdid themselves.
It's one of those things about a Bethesda Studios game that I always love, and it's been the case, honestly, since, I worked on Morrowind and Oblivion and all those games that, we talked about. And for every single one, you cannot pin people down to, oh, it's about this, because it's not. Like, ultimately what those games are massive sandboxes where they give players just ridiculous amounts of freedom to say, you go figure out what kind of game you want to play and what kind of experience you want to have, because that's what this game is about. It's not us prescribing and saying, you have to do these things. And no, it's about creating this huge sandbox with over 1,000 planets so you can completely explore and say, yeah, but you don't have to. Like, it's entirely up to you to figure out what is fun for me. Do I want story? Do I want to join factions? Do I want to, build outposts and gather resources to build more cool stuff? The team really puts all of those tools in the player's hands and step back and says, now it's time for you to tell the story of Starfield, which is your story, which is going to be different than mine, which is going to be different than everybody else's. And I think that's really where the magic of a Bethesda Game Studios game happens.
Speaking about the scope of everything, Todd said that this is what an epic RPG is. What does Bethesda define an epic RPG as?
I think, again, it's sort of leaning into, look, there's a lot of folks who take a lot of different approaches on what does an open world mean. And Bethesda Game Studios always pushes themselves to the most freedom and least limitations, right? Where the items in the world are all real things. You walk into a store and there's a bunch of weapons or whatever. Like, that's not just art on a countertop. Like, you could pick those up. You could steal them and run out of it. You can create chaos. Like, we don't want to put too many limits on what the player is or isn't allowed to do. We love it when players say, I wonder what happens if, and then they try it. And then they get to see, like, oh my Lord, chaos ensued and it was insanity. Everybody was shooting at me. And like, that's, I think, the beauty of Bethesda Game Studios and the number of ways that they push for you to explore that, right? It's not just one, it's, you could spend thousands of hours doing nothing but shipbuilding and like focus that as all you're about, and that's okay. But you could also be about exploring every planet and finding all of the good, and that's okay. Or you could just play the main story and be like, I want a kind of experience that I'm guided through so that I kind of get to see stuff, and I might stop here and there. Oh, there's a cool side quest that I got, but I want something that sort of leads me through, because I'm a little, it can be a little daunting to say you can go do whatever I want. Like, ooh, I don't know what I should do. So some folks want a little bit of a guided path or to understand where the fun is, and no approach is wrong. Like, for me, that's epic, because it says we aren't putting any limits on what you can or can't do. we're going to set you loose and just sit back and watch the beauty that you create with your own stories and the way that you solve problems or choose to spend your time in this world we've created.
I love that. And what you said about, those moments that maybe you experience that I don't, like those are some of the best moments if I think back to playing RPGs when I'm discussing with my friends, oh, did you see that? No, I didn't see that. Where did you see it? And having them go out and find it. So I think that's going to be one of those things.
We talk about that a lot, that sort of water cooler moment.
Exactly.
Of like you come in the next day and you talk to everybody about what you did and you were like, wait, I did that quest, but I did this completely different thing. And you sort of start to appreciate all of the choices that you could have made. You didn't even realize were an option. Like, oh, I didn't even think about doing that. Like, oh yeah, I just ran in and stole his ship and shot all of his crew members and took off. Like, you can do that? Like, oh yeah, you can do anything. Like that, I think that is a special part of a Bethesda Game Studios game. And when we say epic RPG, we mean all of the stories, all of them.
All right, you just gave me some ideas for stealing people's ships. So I appreciate that. That's going to be top on the list to do in Starfield. Now, we saw quite a bit of combat and action in the game. That seems to also be, in addition to exploring and everything, that seems to be another huge focus of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if you look at a game like Skyrim, which, like, everybody's played Skyrim at this point, it can, a combat is a big part of that. Unless you decide it's not. Like if you're one of those folks that says, actually, I'm going to do the alchemy thing and I just go off and pick flowers and make potions and like live another life in another world this way, then combat isn't part of it. But look, we know in an epic RPG, there's always bad people, they, shooting at you. Sometimes you got to return fire and there's a lot of fun to be had there. And so, providing a lot of different skills that sort of determine how good you are in combat, combined with all the different weapons in the game, and then you layer in ship combat and all of these other things, it starts to sort of paint a picture of just how broad or how deep the rabbit hole goes.
It's going to be so impressive. And you touched on it a little bit, and I want to talk about it because this was when I'm watching the video, the demo, what I saw, and it really caught my eyes around the ship. It's not just getting in the ship and that's your ship. There's so much behind it. Can you talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, like every ship is customizable to the nth degree and not just like cosmetically. I want my ship to look like this or look like that, though obviously that's totally a thing that you could do if all you care about is cosmetics. But it goes much deeper than that in terms of like what kind of shields you have, what kind of weapons you have, like what kind of ship are you building? What do you want it to be good at? What trade-offs are you willing to make or not? And then the other part of it is, of course, well, you can't just, like, it's a spaceship. Those aren't cheap. So you have to figure out, like, how am I going to do this? Where do I get the resources to build this stuff? What kind of, skills do I need to level up to improve different parts of my ship beyond, what I could do without those skills? So there's a lot of, again, choices in terms of you get to decide that, how much you want to put into that or not. Do you just want to give somebody money for the parts that you want? Do you want to build it? All of those things are sort of part of the fun of deciding how much do you want to interact with this and how do you want to interact with it?
Absolutely. I mean, just as you mentioned, the scope, the level of player agency, something that I feel like is going to just make Starfield such a special experience. So between Redfall, ESO, Fallout 76, and Starfield, you all are just killing the game.
Yeah, we got a few games coming out.
It's going to be so great. Pete, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, Pete. Now, coming up, we'll hear from our friends around the world, including Squanch Games, Obsidian Entertainment, Playground Games, and of course, Xbox fans like you. But first, let's hear from the creators of one of the world's most popular Battle Royale games.
大家好，我是永劫无间制作人关磊。
We are glad to share Naraka Bladepoint, a unique online multiplayer action game with players all around the globe. As a NetEase studio, 24 Entertainment is joining hands with Microsoft to bring Naraka Bladepoint to consoles for the first time. You could play the game on Xbox Series X and S, as well as Windows next week. We're also joining Xbox Game Pass, a platform with a huge player base and a vast, bright future. Naraka has been so well received on the PC platform. I am so grateful to the players for their love and support. As a competitive survival game incorporating a lot of action elements, Naraka features a range of characters with unique personalities. Each hero draws from different civilizations and cultures. Battles allow for a great degree of strategic play. You've got a wealth of melee and ranged weapons to choose from. and a vast map filled with interactive elements to explore. Perhaps you'll engage your foes in samurai combat, katanas at the ready, or maybe you'll use Persian assassin techniques and strike from afar. With your grappling hook, you can fly between temple walls and across bamboo forests with ease. Beyond solo endeavors, you can also party up with friends and use group tactics to flatten your foes. That's Naraka's underlying design philosophy, that you're unchained and have the freedom to choose how you play. Collect soul jades to change how you play, transform your katana strikes, and make your cannon a weapon of mass destruction. Each hero can be customized too, whether you want to rush into battle as a berserker warrior or cast fireballs as a sorcerer. The choice is yours. We can't forget to mention our unique face customization system too. You'll never need to worry about running into a doppelganger on the battlefield, because you're able to edit your hero's features to your heart's content. You can even recreate your favorite faces. As we approach Naraka's first launch anniversary, we're introducing a brand new weapon, the Twin Blades, releasing together with the Xbox and Game Pass editions. Twin Blades strike with the speed of a raging tempest and sweeping blows. We've seen similar weapons in other games, but here in Naraka, it comes with a style all its own. Charging up strikes is usually a high-risk, high-reward move. With the Twin Blades, you can charge up while moving and keep your momentum as you unleash a flurry of combos on foes. Since its release, Naraka Bladepoint has launched its own faction clash game mode with Omni's Nightmare and the thrilling limited-time mode Shadow Surge. There have been many casual modes to play as well, but our community has eagerly asked for a campaign mode. We're always listening to our player base, and we're happy to announce that the wait is over. Players will see the first chapter of our campaign mode. Form teams of 3 to take on new enemy types and massive bosses. Disarming a boss won't be as easy as disarming another player though. PvP and campaign mode are two entirely different games. Further campaign chapters are also in the works, so we're eager to hear any feedback you have for us. We are also working on an Xbox One version and hope to see more players join Naraka later this year. Naraka is launching on Xbox Series X and S and Windows Store on June 23rd, and it's included with Game Pass at launch day. Now's your chance to dive into the world of Naraka Bladepoint.
快来体验我生无拘吧！
History is filled with moments of greatness. Some well-known, some lost to time. But what about the history that could have been if you were its architect? How would you reshape the world? What new stories would you tell? And when your people speak, would you listen? How would you lead them in this new world? History is filled with moments of greatness, but these will be yours.
I'm excited to welcome our friends from Oxide Games for a closer look at their historical grand strategy game for PC called Ara History Untold. Dan, Michelle, thank you two for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
And on behalf of the entire studio, we are really excited to be here and finally be able to talk about Ara.
I mean, we all are excited too. You just had the world premiere 2 days ago for Ara. And I have to say, I'm a really, really big history fan. I love me some history. So I've been looking forward to talking to you two about this. Now, we all know this is not your first strategy game, but the vision behind Ara is so ambitious. So tell us more about it. And also for those who are new to Oxide Games, we would love to hear more about the studio as well.
So Oxide Games was founded 9.5 years ago in my basement, actually, from the development leads of Civilization V. And our goal is to push strategy games to the next level.
And what's really great about working on a new IP is that you don't have kind of these previous expectations that a sequel would have. And so the sky really was the limit, and we got to really take the genre to a new space. And we really hope that not only will fans of strategy games like this, but people who've never played a strategy game before will find something they love as well.
You're absolutely taking it to the next level. I think I saw like a drone was in like the 18th century or something like that. It's very, very fascinating. And I think that like, if you're someone who really enjoys history, it's bringing like all of the worlds together, all the periods of time together. And that's a grand vision in itself. So how does the vision of Ara impact the player experience within the game?
So one of the kind of big things we wanted to do with Ara was really explore how to make the game less about finding that optimal strategy, that optimal path, and really bring in ways to make it more meaningful to the player, make it unique to themselves. So what are different kinds of choices we can bring to the player so that when you play, it's different than when I play, and yet we can both be competitive together? How can we do things to really impact agency and expression and really let you express your values and your play styles through the different mechanics in the product?
And Dan, what about you? How does the vision impact the overall experience?
So one of the big things that we've been working on is what we call the living world. We wanted the expression of the game to manifest itself in a way that felt authentic and cool. So we've spent a lot of effort on making sure that the choices that you make are expressed in a visual way. And so you're going to see your citizens doing things that reflect the choices that you've made. And this is actually really challenging. So one of the goals when we founded Oxide was to not have to tell the designers, no, you can't do that thing. And so it was a very large technological constraint from doing something like that. But we have our own proprietary engine that allows us to really bring this alternate Earth to life.
I think that's the beauty, right? Because in history, the great thing about learning history is that you learn about culture, you learn about stories, you learn about things that are probably brand new to your eyes. But the way that Ara helps you remix, reimagine, and rewrite history is a beautiful sight to see. And I'm excited to get my hands on it, and I'm sure everyone else is who's watching. So let us know, where can we learn more about it, and when can we get our hands on it? Because I need it today.
So if you head over to the website, you can sign up for the Insider program, which will give you a chance to join the technical alpha and play the game later this summer, which is super exciting because we've been playing it, all the time. And so now you'll have a chance to play.
Dan, Michelle, thank you two so much for giving us the lowdown on Ara. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Grounded is finally leaving early access and moving into full release with a highly anticipated story mode. Here's Adam Brennicke and Eric Dorabella from Obsidian Entertainment to tell us more.
What can players expect from the 1.0 launch of Grounded?
The big one, of course, is going to be a complete game, and that means story, right? From beginning to end, you can play through, why are you here? Who put you here?
Yeah, exactly.
And how are you going to get home? And I think those are like the big questions that people are asking about Grounded. Originally, we really just wanted to make a survival game. And one of the jokes was, hey, what if we did backyard survival? Everyone was like, yeah, that's a very unusual idea, but I think there's something there. One of the things that we did early on was establish the art style of Grounded. Things started coming to life as we did the initial prototypes and seeing some of the cool things, like the first time we added the spider into the yard, seeing the reactions of people in the office, even jump scares, people screaming. The team is very small. It's the smallest team I've ever worked on at Obsidian. I wanted everyone to be able to participate on the design side of things. So I said everyone is a designer on the team. And I think that extends into our community and how we're building the game in game preview and early access.
That's probably one of the big successes of the game, is how close we work with the community and take all their feedback and suggestions. I think it's super rad.
For a game developer too, that is a huge, huge thing, just to get people's feedback constantly of what they're liking, what they're not liking, and all those adjustments just make a much, much better game at the end of the day. We're at that point now that the yard's getting finished, and now we can play through the story. There's a lot of surprises. There's a lot of things that I think players aren't going to expect. And I
think I know what you're talking about. I cannot wait to see players' reactions. I know a lot of players are just waiting for the story to be finished to finally jump into the game. People who played the game previously are also like holding out for more content. I think it's just going to pull a lot of people back in and gain a lot of new players. So Adam, we have the Broodmother from last year. It was like our first big boss. And then we came out with a bunch of mini bosses like
Termite King and
the Assistant Manager. But in this trailer, we're showing players the Mantis. What can they expect from this?
So we're super excited to finally show off the Mantis. I know that's been a big ask from players that they want to see a praying mantis in the game.
They've been asking for this for a long time. Do we have anything else that the players can get excited about?
You know, the Mantis is just a little tease of one of the new boss fights, but there's more to come, right? Like potentially many boss fights that we have planned for the full release of Grounded. There's a lot more secrets and other things to uncover.
When we reached 5 million players, that was already super crazy. And then we hit the next milestone of 10 million players still being Xbox.
Doubling it, right?
Yeah, in Xbox Game Preview Early Access.
That just goes to show that we have a fantastic game. Everyone's just so surprised at like how much Grounded has grown.
I just hope that players and the community understand how important they are and impactful on this game with us.
You know, we're so thankful for everyone's support along the way. It's been an amazing journey, and we're finally almost at the finish line, right?
Yeah.
And I think we wouldn't be here without our amazing community and all of the fan support.
I agree. Best community ever. Yeah.
So I got a call from my good friend York Newman, the head of Microsoft Flight Simulator. He told me it was imperative that I meet with him. So I'm in this helicopter, we're flying to this location, we're on our way, let's go.
York! Hey, Paris, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming to DC, man.
No, thank you. What am I doing here?
Later. Let's get in. We don't have much time.
Oh, okay.
All right, Paris, right across the Potomac. That's where our contact is.
Are we headed towards Arlington?
It's still secret. I'm sorry.
York, what is this place?
Oh, you'll see. Let's go. Look at this place. Nick, how's it going?
Hello.
Paris, I would like to introduce Nick Partridge from the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum.
Thank you for having me. But this makes a lot of sense. I saw during the trailer there was a collaboration between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and Flight Simulator. Here we are at the National Air and Space Museum. So let's talk about that collaboration. Tell me more about that.
Well, Jorg and I have been talking for more than a year. He was looking for me, and it turns out I was looking for him to ask the same question, which was, don't you think that our organizations have a lot in common, dedicated to bringing flight to everyone? And
I was looking for the Spirit of St. Louis, which is in the Smithsonian ever since 1928. And the Smithsonian was gracious enough. They gave us a millimeter perfect scan, which is what we'll feature in the 40th anniversary edition. But as Nick and I kept talking, it was very clear, you know, the world's foremost museum for air and space, the Smithsonian. And Microsoft celebrating its 40th anniversary. It's a match made in heaven, and there's lots of things we can do.
Yeah, authenticity, accuracy, access, it's all there. We're hoping that if everyone has as much fun in the community with the content that we initially collaborated on, a couple of our most historic aircraft, and some of the other aircraft in this center are already in the simulator, maybe we can jump in with both feet and do more in the years to come. Maybe even, who knows, we'll go crazy. We'll put the space shuttle in there.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
All right, you guys have never been here before,
No,
right?
this is my first time.
All right, so keep your eyes peeled, stick together, and Jorg, I've got something special for you right around here.
Perfect. Check this out. This is my favorite plane, the Junkers Ju-52 3-motor. Amazing.
And that is an awesome plane. And as I look at all these planes around here, it makes me ask the question, are you going to put all of them in Flight Sim?
Maybe not all of them, but we hope a lot of them. In the 40th anniversary that comes out this fall, we already have 3. We have the Wright Flyer, the Spirit of St. Louis, and the DC-3. And we hope to get a few more. As Nick and I were talking, there's a lot of things we could do.
Yeah, we started with the most iconic ones, and who knows? There's no lack of opportunity.
You know, I keep saying amazing because this place is amazing. And just like Flight Sim, it just keeps going. So what else is happening?
It does seem like we're going supersonic, like the Concorde here. We've been doing a major update ever since we launched, every month since August 2020. And just today, we're actually launching World Update 10. And guess what?
Tell me.
It's the United States. And it's huge. We have a dozen cities, a new height field, brand new aerials, new missions, new airports, new everythings. And as always, it's free. And check out this beauty. This is the Beechcraft Model 18. They call it the Twin Beech. It's a famous plane, and that's also launching today. And it's a great coincidence.
It's actually a huge coincidence. Jorg's been working on that Beechcraft since before we met, but it's a great example of how much we already had in common.
So Jorg, what can we expect the rest of the year from Flight Sim?
We have a ton of great things coming up. So today is World Update 10. We have 2 more World Updates, one in August and one in October. And then in November, we have the big 40th anniversary edition, which will be an absolute delight for anyone who loves aviation.
Okay, that 40th anniversary edition, tell me more about that.
Yeah, so we're celebrating by bringing back some of the planes from the old Sims, like from Flight Sim 10, 9, 8, even before that. And we're restoring some of the old missions, and we're bringing back some of the airports that were in those editions. So it's a real celebration of the franchise.
So this celebration is not only of the franchise, but the past as well.
And we're also adding brand new things on top of it, like that the community really wanted. For example, helicopters. Sobo wrote a brand new fluid dynamic system to make all that work. And then we're adding gliders, which is a completely different way to experience the planet. It's just you and the wind. Right. And then the last one is we're bringing, it's the biggest deal for simmers, a brand new real-to-life airliner, the A310 from Airbus, by a brand new partner called IniBuilds, a great development team. In fact, of the 10 planes we're bringing, most of them are created in collaboration with third parties. So it's a really cool way for us to integrate with the creator community.
Now, how do I get this?
If you're on Game Pass, if you already own Flight Sim, the 40th anniversary edition is a free upgrade.
This has just been an incredible experience, seeing all these planes and going through the history and everything that's coming to Flight Simulator. I mean, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming to DC. Paris, thank you, Nick, for the great collaboration with the Smithsonian and for kicking off the 40th anniversary edition of Flight Sim. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Today was a good day, but now I have a need for speed. I'm headed to the danger zone, baby.
Estamos aquí para disfrutar del mejor día de mi vida, el día de la Xbox, que estoy muy emocionado.
I came in Madrid just yesterday to be here in FanFest Xbox, and I'm so excited.
Estamos aquí en Madrid para ver nuevos juegos como Starfield, que yo personalmente le tengo muchísimas ganas.
Me ha encantado y no me lo podía perder, este es un evento único.
Why gaming? Just a passion.
Son experiencias únicas. Me ofrecen algo que no encuentro en otro lado.
te digo, es como una familia para mí.
Me ha parecido genial y un cierre para un evento así, maravilloso.
Just the passion that people have. I feel very welcome.
Hey, we're just a snippet of Squanch Games, and we're here to talk about High on Life, our new action-adventure, comedy, Metroidvania, first-person shooter that is nothing at all, a little bit like Microsoft Excel.
All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
That's our game, High on Life. Pretty insane. There's a lot to talk about.
Let's dive in. So Justin, you're typically known for working in animation. What brings you into the world of games? Why are you in the world of games?
I'm obsessed with games, have been my whole life. Always had ideas, always had, things I would love to make, but just never thought I could ever step into that arena because I lack all the skills needed.
You don't know how games work.
Other than like creative direction, creative ideas, like other than that, I lack all the skills to execute.
But that's why, that's part of why you want to start Squanch, right? Is like to be able to have an idea like that and let it grow to something amazing.
And to be able to be creatively free. I wanted to make games that I wanted to play. And that was sort of the spark that just lit the fire of Squanch Games. And then we shipped Trover and we shipped Accounting Plus, and now we're on this absolutely dream game. This is like our real legit swing at like a proper, we're indie, but like this is like our AAA, or is it triple I for indie?
Yeah. We're triple I.
Yeah. This is a triple I game.
So the story of our game mostly follows like Earth being invaded by this evil criminal cartel of aliens who come in and kidnap humans and start selling them on the black market like they're drugs. And you're the one human who has to team up with a talking gun and stop them.
And when you select a cartel leader that you're gonna go after, like it opens the portal door to that world that they're in.
Eric, can you tell us a little bit about the worlds of the game, the art style of the game, the visuals?
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time kind of constructing and creating these awesome alien worlds. Myself and Mikey Spano, who is our art director, him and I worked like a ton on the sort of art direction of the game. He really kind of landed in this space, which was kind of Blade Runner meets the Muppets. So we're trying to capture that feeling with all of our characters, especially our aliens. And then each world is its own kind of unique flavor, right? I think some of the ideas came from very kind of core thoughts. Like we want to have an awesome alien, like drug-dense spa on an asteroid. And yeah, what makes me really excited is the sort of really clear and like it's almost deceivingly simple narrative, right?
Save the Earth, human to drugs, talking guns. Ta-da.
So Alec, who are the guns? What's their deal?
The guns are these talking alien Gatlians. They're all shaped somewhat like a gun you'd find on Earth, but they've evolved to be just gun-like in their own way. And so this race of Gatlians each has their own unique personality, their unique set of abilities, and you're gonna be rescuing them from this evil alien cartel, and together, you gotta stop the bad guys.
And get more Gatlians.
Yeah, collect more Gatlians.
Yeah, a lot of players are gonna have very different experiences depending on what gun they favor.
Yeah, you kind of pick your favorite companion to have out a lot and hear their dialogue, be part of different dialogue scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Look at us, blasting away!
And sometimes you can unlock the guns in a different order than another player has. So when you go back through a level, you'll see things that you would have been able to access if you'd done it in the other order.
That's
you can come back.
That's a huge one.
All right, so we've talked about this crazy good game that sounds amazing. Why should people be excited to play it?
As a studio, we are attempting to bring A-level adult comedy into video games.
Something I love about Squanch is we would put a lot of effort into things that a lot of other studios wouldn't even bother with, like a single small joke that 5 players might find.
Well, okay, now I can.
I love that stuff. I love like edge casing and like
what makes you remember a game.
Yeah, like if a player's trying to break the game in a certain way and then you have an answer for that for them, that is like such a memorable and amazing moment. it's almost like watching TV, but the viewer is able to reach into the TV and poke a thing, and the character has to respond to that. And there's so much fun to be had for the
You can
most part.
skip it all. We worked really hard on it if you want to skip it.
Yeah, if you want to just like miss out on like, you know,
Yeah,
some
if you're
of
like
the
a big
coolest...
dummy and you don't want to play the game at all, that's fine. We're not going to judge you. We're just going to be upset.
This is gonna be fun. You know I can't let you leave.
Pentiment is a narrative adventure game set in 16th century Bavaria, which is part of the Holy Roman Empire. You play a character named Andreas Mahler, who is an artist working at a Benedictine abbey. He gets involved in a series of murders and scandals and tries to unravel them over a period of about 25 years. The name Pentiment, it is specifically referring to paintings in which there's an older painting underneath the painting that you see on the top. And if you scrape away the top layer, you see what was left behind. This has a bunch of significance. Obviously, you're playing a painter, but also it has a lot of significance to the idea of history kind of being covered and uncovered over time. When I saw narrative-driven games with really distinctive art styles, I was inspired to make a historical game that focused on the unique art style of the early modern period that was really driven by the relationships between characters and the stories that played out over time. Hannah Kennedy was really integral to defining the art style of Pentiment, especially blending the late medieval illuminated manuscripts with the early modern woodcuts.
Yeah, so there's a lot of major points to solve and kind of marry between wanting this to be a true to the history, true to the feel of the source material that we were referencing as far as the narrative, but also thinking about the types of games that were like what we imagined we wanted as far as a gameplay experience.
From the beginning, I knew that I wanted to portray a community that changed over time, which meant that characters are changing over time. That's really the focus of everything. The buildings do change, but really it's the characters where you see all the crazy stuff happen.
Kids that I had become attached to because it's a 4-year-old and we designed them to be a 4-year-old and then they're getting married and then I felt a weird like emotional reaction to that because I'm like, oh, baby's all grown up.
I think the 16th century has always been really interesting to me because it was a time of such social upheaval in Europe. I think when we look at social change in the past, it seems like it's a thing that always happens outside of our time. But right now, I think we're maybe more aware than ever that social change is happening constantly, and people are always struggling with it. It's always a difficult process. And so I hope that by looking at people from the past, we can see that even though the setting might be different and the specific issues might be different, ultimately we always struggle with social change.
Just putting on this bandana.
All right, let's do crime.
This is such a bad idea.
All you had to do was keep your mouth shut!
I'm gonna override this.
Is your life mission to cause harm?
Yeah. This is my favorite shot of the whole game, this one.
With As Dusk Falls, what we're trying to do is to make a brilliant interactive experience for anyone who loves brilliant storytelling. So people who enjoy films, people who enjoy TV series. It's also a social experience and about sharing these stories with the people you love.
I think we should stick to the plan.
Yeah, stick to the plan.
I took my inspiration from TV shows, prestige shows like, Breaking Bad, Fargo. I really love Dog Day Afternoon. It's such a wonderful setup.
You try that again, and every last one of them leaves in a body bag.
When you write for interactive stories, it's all about the stakes. You want big choices, the tentpole ones that everyone will remember from the chapter they played, but also you weave in the smaller stakes, the drama bit, like the relationships. Are you gonna stay married?
When you lost your job, this wall went up, and I missed you, okay?
The game deals with very mature themes that you don't normally find in a video game. It really gives you agency over characters that are relatable, that are familiar to you. It's like an interactive story, but with the power of video game behind it.
I only gotta yell and my brothers will come.
Now hold your horses, young man. I think you should at least listen to what I have to say.
In the first book, it's mainly structured around a hostage situation in a motel in the middle of the desert in Arizona, so it's a pressure cooker.
You want your wife to live? Answer and do exactly what I say.
Book 2 takes another approach entirely, and it's a chase across multiple states in the US.
There's nowhere else to run.
As Dusk Falls is an interactive show, but the important part here is the word interactive. The players are very much needed to help the character on their journey and decide what's going to happen to them, help them grow and change.
It's not like there's one golden path. There's so many different ways through the story.
You can replay it, and then you get to different story and different ending, and you feel like you're actually achieving something and shaping the story and also the character.
Some of your true self comes out into that thinking.
I don't know, what would you do? I'll try to, yeah.
And at the end of the game, when you play, we tell you about your playstyle, and it reveals something about the player themselves, their values, and the way they interact with the others that they played with.
I think for me, one of the really important things was that this art style could tell lots of different types of stories. We want to take really beautiful, sort of subtle facial performances, really strong dramatic moments, and just really represent that such that every frame is a painting.
It's a single player and multiplayer experience, so 1 to 8 players.
Because we wanted to draw in people who weren't necessarily gamers. Gamers are going to love this game as well because it's a very mature, in-depth story. But this game really taps into your life skills rather than your gamer skills, puts everyone on a level playing field. You did well though, that is a ferocious job.
We did it! You share the same character, you discuss, you make decisions, and majority wins. It's like each player is like a voice in the character head.
Are you taking the money this time?
I am definitely not.
Take the cash. It's been a massive journey, and I can't believe we're just so close, touching distance to this game. Yeah, I'm gonna miss it when it's done.
Let's check out what mysteries, adventures, and, of course, slimes are waiting for us in the new, vibrant world of Slime Rancher 2.
All right, time to get going. First trip in a while. Put this in here. Australia. Passport. I need a passport. Where's my passport? Passport. All right. Where's my Uber? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back to Melbourne. It is so great to be here in person. Get ready for the showcase. Here in Melbourne with FanFest.
We are so excited to tell you all about Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels, the first expansion for Forza Horizon 5. So Mike, let's start with why the team decided to bring Hot Wheels to Forza Horizon 5's Mexico.
Our fans have been telling us for years about how much they loved Forza Horizon 3's Hot Wheels expansion. So we've been waiting for the right time to bring everyone another Hot Wheels adventure. Forza Horizon 5 presented the perfect opportunity to bring Hot Wheels to life like never before with the power of the Xbox Series X and S.
It really does sound like the perfect time for Forza Horizon and Hot Wheels. So I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about what to expect being in the clouds of Mexico this time.
Yes, you travel to the clouds above Mexico to visit the Hot Wheels Park, which is comprised of over 200 kilometers of the fastest, most extreme tracks yet. Once there, you'll join the Hot Wheels Academy and set out to take on Forza Horizon's most extreme racing yet and prove yourself a Hot Wheels legend.
Let's go.
As well as the iconic orange Hot Wheels track, you'll take on new driving experiences across gravity-defying magnet tracks, as well as ice, water flume, and rumble tracks.
So we spoke loads about biomes in the build-up to Forza Horizon 5's launch. Are we expecting something similar in Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels as well?
Yes, so we're truly going to see the power of the Xbox Series X and S when we look at Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels' all new biomes. The amount of detail and diversity that we can pack into the 4 new biomes is breathtaking. We have the rugged Giants Canyon, where you'll hear the growl of your engine bouncing back off the intricately detailed rock formations. The Ice Cauldron, where frozen tundra drips into the glistening molten lava. In Forest Falls, you'll see a tree canopy towering over epic waterfalls. And finally, the visually stunning and exhilarating Horizon Nexus, where the Horizon Festival is suspended among a web of Hot Wheels tracks. And there's more, because new players can jump into Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels as early as possible during the main game's initial experience.
And how are people going to be able to use Event Lab in Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels?
So in Event Lab, you'll have the freedom to design, build, and share using the new Hot Wheels Creation Kit. That's over 80 new track and stunt pieces that instantly snap together thanks to our new building tools. You can then share your creations with the entire community for players to discover and play. We are anticipating our community building an ever-evolving catalogue of new player-created Hot Wheels events that everyone will enjoy.
They all sound absolutely incredible, Mike, but I'm going to ask you the most important question in the room. Can you tell me a bit more about the cars?
Yes, so we have 10 new amazing cars coming to the pack, including 4 new Hot Wheels cars, which have been scaled up to real-life proportions. We have the Diora 2, the Bad to the Blade, the Baja Bone Shaker, and the Chevrolet Hot Wheels Copo Camaro. Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels introduces the most extreme tracks we've seen yet in Forza. So we've added some new extreme track toys and hypercars to go with them.
Love that.
I want to call out the Hennessy Venom F5 and the Mosler MT900 GT3. Their speed is unlike anything we've seen before.
So we know Forza Horizon 5 fans naturally love co-op, so how is that continuing in Hot Wheels?
So, in a first for Forza, you can join up with your friends and play from the very start of the experience in co-op. You and your friends will then take on a new campaign, moving your way up through faster and faster car classes until you unlock the extreme speed of X-Class and become a Hot Wheels legend. You can also choose to take on the world in Horizon Open or team up with your friends to take on a team of drivatars in the Horizon Tour.
Ooh, I absolutely love that. Final question now though, when can we expect to play?
Yes, so Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels releases on July 19th on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Windows PC and Steam.
Mike, thank you so much for joining me. This has been so much fun and I cannot wait to play.
Now, onto our next block, pun intended of course. Minecraft Legends is the action strategy take on the franchise you never knew you needed. I'm here with Dennis Rees from Mojang Studios, who has just released the world premiere trailer of Minecraft Legends. Dennis, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Malik.
So happy to have you. I mean, this is a really exciting time for the team. Let's talk Minecraft as a whole, though. That game, I have nothing to back this up, but I feel like everyone on the planet's played Minecraft at this point. But that wasn't enough for you all. You all went and made Minecraft Dungeons, and now we're moving on to the recently revealed Minecraft Legends. So one, tell me a little bit about what it means for the team to actually be able to reveal the game, and then two, just let us know what Minecraft Legends is.
Well, we are so excited to finally be able to talk about this game with the world. We've been working on this game for some time now. Minecraft Legends is an action strategy game. Is set in the Minecraft universe. And in order to build this, we really wanted to partner with a great company that understands strategy games. And so that's when we reached out with Blackbird Interactive. And in doing so, we were able to create an experience that is welcoming for people who may have not played Minecraft, but also people who have. And I mean, you've seen the trailer. It's about going and traveling through these beautiful biomes, exploring this world that is familiar yet still mysterious. And so as you explore these lush biomes, you collect resources, and then you use those resources to build defenses from these dangerous but very cute piglins. And in those offensive, you're able to fight them back and send them back to where they come from. And you know what? You're going to probably want to build some alliances with some unexpected friends because they're going to help you actually defeat the piglins and send them back to where they come from.
I'm looking forward to it, and I love what you said about trying to make a game that's both for fans of Minecraft that exist and new fans coming in. Minecraft can go in so many different directions, I feel like, with a new game. What made you choose action strategy?
Well, really, it was many years ago, as a group of folks at Mojang sitting around talking about what game genres they really enjoy. And action and strategy were the most popular ones that came up. And so we started to think about who we could partner with to build that experience. And that's where we came into Blackbird Interactive. And that was back in 2018. And, the project was codenamed Badger. And an interesting little fact for many of those people that might follow Minecraft, if you go back to Minecon 2018 and you look at the shirt that Jens Berenstain was wearing, you'll see a graphic on there. And it's in the shape of a badger head. And really, that was meant to be an Easter egg for years forward, which here we are now.
I gotta say, I love a good Easter egg. Now, where would you say that Minecraft Legends fits in the overall Minecraft universe?
Well, the Minecraft universe is just always growing and expanding. And if it's not from our partner communities, then it's from Mojang specifically. Like you mentioned, Minecraft Dungeons. That's a great example where Mojang went out and we built this dungeon crawler experience in the Minecraft universe, and players love it. It's wonderful. And with Minecraft Legends, we're trying to do something similar, really. And here we're going to be introducing a narratively driven campaign with a whole bunch of new characters and a lot of other things that I'm not ready to share right now.
Dennis, I thought we were friends. You can share it with me and everyone watching. No? Okay, I won't pry anymore. But tell us when the game is coming out and where we can keep up to date.
It's coming out in 2023 on PC and console on Xbox Game Pass. And if you want to know more, just follow us Twitter or jump on Minecraft.net.
Dennis, I'm so excited to jump into Minecraft Legends. Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us the lowdown.
Thanks for having me.
What up, everybody? It's your boy Kirsten, aka K Von Doom, and we're here at Xbox Fan Fest. We got a whole lot for y'all to check out, so let's get it in.
They asked me what year Halo came out, won this sweet jersey.
I couldn't believe when I was here on site that I would get to meet the real Master Chief.
Experience here, out of this world. It was really cool to see. I'm gonna go get my nails done because they have a nail station and these things need to be painted.
Redfall looks dynamite, and come on, Diablo 4. Why are you so gruesome? All bloody things. No, but it's great. I love it.
What a day we had today. Thank you, everybody, for showing up to Xbox Fan Fest Toronto. Had a lot of fun, saw a lot of games, great experiences overall. Catch you in the next one.
Here we come. Are you ready for more? It's that thing we got. Coming in real hot. We breaking down the ground, whether you ready or not. Start it up. Do it like ready, set, go. We coming up next. Yeah, watch this. Yeah, watch this. Do it like that. Yeah, right now it's that move. Go and do that thing you do. Turning heads, you make them look. Yeah, they got their eyes on you. Yeah, set it up. Ain't seen them yet. Ready, set, go. We coming up next. Yeah, watch this. Do it like that. Yeah, watch this. Do it like that. Do it like that.
I'm joined now by Sarah Bond, who leads the gaming ecosystem organization here at Xbox. Sarah, it's so great to have you.
It is awesome to be here and so good to see you too.
Yes, I'm super excited for this conversation because as we know, game creators are crucial to Xbox's success. And whenever you talk about them, it's with such passion and tenacity. I love it. And it sounds super important to you and the rest of Team Xbox. So my question to you is, how do creators inspire the work that you and your team do?
The creators are just the bedrock of everything we do on my team. When you really think about it, where gaming really comes from is it starts with someone who has a creative idea that they choose to put into a game that we all get to experience and enjoy. And that's really the bedrock of our industry, of what motivates us, is to help those people, those developers, bring their stories out. And we think about it in three ways. How do we create a vibrant and engaging gamer community for them to come to through Xbox? What are the set of tools and services that we give them that make it easier and faster and more affordable for them to make a game? And how do we create a range of business models that they can use? Because a business model really enables them to perform all sorts of different types of innovation.
Yeah, business models, tools, resources, all these provide choices, and it's increasing these choices for not only the developers, but the players themselves as well.
Yeah.
For example, you and your team just announced a new feature that's going to bring game demos to players. Can you tell us a little bit more about Project Moorcroft?
Project Moorcroft.
Ooh.
I know. I love these project names. I wish they would just let me name it, but
Yeah,
they
just
won't.
say it.
I know.
You know,
They won't.
Can we change that?
Well, look, we were sitting around as a team and we were thinking about some of the things that we've always loved the most about the gaming industry. And one of them was, remember when you would go to like a show like PAX or E3, and you would go to the show floor and you get to play a demo or a piece of a game, and the developer would be right there next to you, talking to you about their experience, asking you to try things out, asking you your feedback. And that was one of the things I loved the most about those experiences. We just don't have them as much anymore, in the way that the world has evolved. And so we thought, gosh, how can we make Game Pass like that? Like, how can we use the power of Game Pass and all of the great discovery and player engagement that is in it and have it create for creators that opportunity to engage with fans early as they're creating their game, and also for players to get to experience something that they're really anticipating. And so that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to have a program that enables developers to take a level of their game, and put it into Game Pass so that they can get that great feedback and players can engage with them. And we know it's a lot of work sometimes for developers to do that, so we're also going to compensate them for their participation in the program. I'm so excited for what's going to come when we launch that.
I think the one thing that we all miss is that connection, right? And now that we are able to come back into conferences and stuff like that, we still need to deepen it, because by deepening that connection, you're diversifying the voices, and then that in return helps to diversify the games and bring diversity into games.
Completely.
So how will Microsoft help to further that front?
Yeah, we think about it all the time, frankly, as Microsoft, as Xbox, in my team in particular, because creators is core to everything we do. If you think about a game, it enables you to experience a perspective, a point of view, in a way that is deep and immersive, unlike any other form of media. So the importance of everyone having an equal opportunity to share their story and their perspective through a game, and what it means to shaping our perceptions, to what we talk about, to what we believe, to broadening our perspectives, is critical. And we think about that all the time. So what we've done as a team is we're continuing to expand the set of developers who we're engaging with and bringing them into the Xbox ecosystem. We've actually more than doubled the number of developers that are making games for Xbox, and we saw lots of those games in the last day, which has been pretty cool. And the other thing that we did this year is, for the first time ever, we actually have a presence in Africa. We have our first Xbox employee in Africa, specifically dedicated to working with creators in the region.
So what message would you like to leave for creators who are interested in starting in the industry?
Yeah, I get that question a lot. People say to me, gosh, I would really like to be part of the gaming industry. I'd love to make a game. How do I break through? How do I get involved? And I say, first of all, network. Talk to people, meet people, connect with people, just how you and I connected actually at an industry event, which we met at, which was super fun. Build that network and that connectivity, because it's so critical in every industry, but I think particularly in gaming, right? Go to industry conferences like GDC, meet people, learn, try that out. And if you're interested in making a game for Xbox, you can actually go to github.com. You can actually download the Xbox Game Developer Kit and get started. And once you have a game concept, you can also submit it online through id@xbox.com, and then you can self-publish to Xbox, which is another great way. And of course, if you actually want to get involved in the industry, all companies are great, but I highly recommend you check out coming to work at Xbox. I'm biased, obviously.
I mean, hey, you have every right to be so. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. And also, thank you to all the viewers for tuning into Extended. We've heard from so many amazing developers on today's show. Now, before we finish, is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
We were talking earlier about the importance of people being able to tell their story through a game and how incredibly powerful it is. I mean, when we were talking about that, I was thinking about an experience we've had as a team that's been very touching for me. So, a couple years ago, we started really consciously extending the depth and breadth of content that we have in the Xbox ecosystem. And it was through that I got to know the team making Stalker 2 really well. And I actually got to intro that game last year in the Xbox Game Showcase, and it was just incredible. And the thing was, when I was looking at that game last year, and I was looking at the story that they were telling, and they were talking about the beauty of the land and their dedication to their culture and their country, and I thought, wow, this is a cool game. This is a compelling story. But sitting here today, recognizing that team is Ukrainian, they were based in Kiev, looking at that story and what they were showing to the world just feels entirely different and far more poignant and visceral to me. This is a team who's talking about their culture, talking about fighting for the existence of being a nation, of being a people, of having their own language. And now we all, as a world, have gotten to see how tenuous that, in fact, is. And it's an honor, frankly, to be part of this industry and to have the opportunity to uplift their voices and to let their story be told through a gaming experience, especially knowing what we know now about the situation in Ukraine. And as part of that, they actually shared with us something that they wanted us to share with all of you today as part of the show.
Есть.
Здесь кипела работа, идеи, она не останавливалась. 3 месяца назад началась война России с Украиной.
Шок от робочий день починається з тривоги.
Під час сильних обстрілів ми біжимо в укриття.
Це переноска для мого кота, який загинув ще в перший тиждень війни.
Ходишь вечером, сирена, выходишь днем, сирена. Днем еще работать надо, поэтому особо не выйдешь, а вечером все время вот так.
Це моє робоче місце.
Вже 3-й місяць я живу і працюю в коридорі. Зі мною живе одноокий пес, врятований з-під обстрілу в Гостомелі. Зараз мені важко писати квести про війну, коли вона йде навколо.
Так працює в переривах між сиренами і волонтерськими задачами.
Світ ще побачить, наскільки в нас класна культура і в тому числі, наскільки класні ігри ми можемо робити.
Меня зовут Александр. Я являюсь сотрудником компании ЖСК. Я с Мариуполя. С начала боевых действий была потеряна связь с моими родными и близкими. И это непередаваемое, ужасное чувство, когда ты не знаешь, живы они или нет.
Я Дмитро Ясенєв, розробник Сталкера. Ніколи не міг уявити, що в 21 столітті в центрі Європи може статися повномасштабна війна.
Я Олексій Іванов, ком'юніті менеджер проекту Stalker 2. Весь зброю в руках захищає свою країну від російської агресії.
Привіт, я Макс, наративний дизайнер гри Stalker 2. Після перемоги я до неї повернуся. Побачимось на релізі. Слава Україні!
Last question, Dr. Dallin. Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur, we would...
Listen, the zone has remained stable for years. Besides, we didn't establish the most advanced institution in human history without first guaranteeing its safety. As the head of the Scientific Institute for Research of the Chernobyl area, or CERC for short, I believe the wonders that we will bring to the world far outweigh the potential risks.
How big are these risks exactly?
The zone reveals a whole new world. We can stick with the old one, fearing change. But tell me, do you want our descendants to remember us as cowards? Or as those who dared to venture forward to a new, better humanity?
Evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining homes and livelihoods. However, city officials urge people to stay calm, assuring them the situation is totally under control.
Welcome to IGN's post-show here of the Xbox Extended Showcase. I'm supposed to read you a fancy, upbeat thing in the teleprompter, but boy, that what a closer to that extended showcase, that incredible profile of the Stalker 2 development team. Ryan McCaffrey, Miranda Sanchez, Stella Chung, we are your Podcast Unlocked panel. We bring Xbox chatter to you each and every week. We were going to start with 2023 games because on the showcase and our live show after that, we talked about, okay, now we know what Xbox's 2022 looks like. We never got around to talking about 2023, so we're going to do that. Let's start with Stalker 2. I mean, Miranda, your reaction to that incredibly moving and powerful profile of that development team and their displaced lives and some of the teams staying behind to fight the invasion.
Yeah, I mean, for my own mental health, I've been trying to avoid too many detailed imagery, and I think that it was nice of them to give a very firm warning of hey, this might be disturbing, and because it is, it's really hard to see that. It's impressive that this team is still working in corridors and basements amid bombings, and it's really, really tough to see that. And I think it's good of Microsoft to align with them and make sure that's something, because that's a message they want to share, and the fact that they were able to get that and put that in front of their game, and I don't know how they do it, honestly. It's just very impressive, and of course, and we're gonna say it a billion times, but our hearts go out to them and just all the strength that we can give them, and it's just too hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, Stella, your quick thoughts.
Yeah, I was surprised by how emotional I got watching that.
Me too.
I'm sure that I'm just just take your time. Don't work on the game. Just focus on your safety. But I'm sure a lot of them are well, this is what keeps me going. This helps me take myself out of the space that I'm currently in. And one of the narrative designers were saying, it's really hard to write about,
violent quests.
Yeah, exactly. Violent quests while there's a war going on around them. So, and how confidently the last guy was we'll win this war and we'll be right back on the game. And I'm oh my God, I cannot imagine being in this situation. So, yeah.
Well, the game had been delayed indefinitely when the war began, and now they are confidently saying they're going to get it done next year. So we wish them all the best. We have more 2023 games we're going to talk about here. There was plenty of good stuff. Before we dig in, just a reminder that IGN's Summer of Gaming is popping off all over June. So the rest of this month, you can catch it everywhere IGN is. So maybe you're watching us on IGN.com, Twitch, YouTube, IGN One on your smart TV. Now apparently we even have a Steam page that you can watch us there. That's pretty cool. Tons of events, tons of coverage, and of course tons of surprises all month long. So let's get back to where we left off. The extended showcase was exactly what it was advertised to be, a deeper dive into what was shown on Sunday, but couple tiny new reveals, which is fine. So with our expectations were met. Let's take a look at what we have to look forward to. Again, the first half of 2023, which included some of the games in this extended showcase. So we talked extensively about Starfield on our last show, so I feel like we've kind of covered that. Redfall, I know, Miranda, you've got a little surprise for us later on in this showcase.
Absolutely. I'm very excited about that, and we'll have more on Redfall after this sometime this week, TBD, but it's gonna be good.
We'll also have more on Diablo 4, our own Mitchell Saltzman sitting down with a friend of the show, Rod Ferguson. And then Forza Motorsport, which I was hoping we'd see a real deep dive on in this extended showcase, because it could end up being the prettiest car game ever made. At least it'll take that championship belt for a little while, which I think maybe Horizon 5, its own cousin game, has that belt right now. I mean, Gran Turismo 7's real nice looking too. But, I'll kind of throw it out to either one of you. I know Lightyear Frontier, actually, Stella, that jumped out at you on Sunday.
Yeah, because for the longest time, well, not the longest time, I don't know. Whenever season 2 or 3 of Love, Death, and Robots came out, there was actually an episode like that where, there was these farmers, they kind of took care of their own farm, but also held off alien invasions with their own homemade mech suits. And so it was incredible. And I was like, how cool would an RTS game or a simulator game be? And my boyfriend and I were talking about that. We're like, how could we make this game? We're just can we pitch this to someone? And then Lightyear Frontier comes out and I'm like, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Are you kidding me? I can have my own farm, handle all these things. But I'm not gonna lie, the biggest pull to this is definitely the mechs. And I don't know if that's my love for Titanfall, but listen, we don't have Titanfall 3, so look.
Any sort of mech anything is appealing, whether it's you're fighting or you're, cultivating a farm. It's really nice. I think one of my favorite things that after kind of the advent of Stardew Valley is we saw all these different kinds of like town simulators and farming simulators. And of course, there's been a lot that have been around for a very long time, but you've seen so many new, cool, creative things like this come out. I think just like the simulation space in general is just really interesting.
Yeah.
And so seeing this take was just delightful.
It's like, so cute.
What if farmers got a hold of some like
oh my god
mechs and then just converted them to do farming? What a great idea for a game.
Yeah.
I love the art style on this too, Stella.
Yeah, and instead of saying lift with your back, you can say lift with your mech, right?
yeah.
Sure, it saves you so many injuries. Like, come on.
This was a fun surprise. So again, a reminder, like everything we're talking about, this is all first half. This one's spring for Lightyear Frontier. First half of 2023, because the main showcase was the next 12 months. So from now through the first half of next year. So just to go through the list real fast before we dive into some individual games, it was again Starfield, Redfall, Diablo 4. We'll come back to that one. Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends, surprise announcement, Ark 2, the aforementioned Lightyear Frontier, The Last Case of Benedict Fox, which was a really gorgeous-looking platformer, Erebon Shadow Legacy, Ravenlock, Cocoon, Wolong Fallen Dynasty, which almost made my prediction from the pre-show come true. We did get a new Team Ninja game, but it's not Ninja Gaiden, but it looks like it's got some Ninja Gaiden influences. And then Flintlock was in there as well. So, Miranda, let me throw to you. Of those, so that's our first half of 2023 on Xbox. Mm-hmm. What jumped out at you of that on that list?
It's hard not to say the Bethesda games. You gotta say Starfield. Like for me, at least, I'm a huge space fan. I love Mass Effect. I love just like that alternate kind of gritty future that Bethesda and has specifically proposed with Fallout 4. I love that. So when they're like, hey, but what if we do our space take? And I was like, yes. And so seeing Starfield, it's hard not to say Starfield. Of course, also Redfall. If I had to choose outside of those, I think it would be for next year, because I was say High on Life was my other like standout of the show, but that's not next year. Thankfully, it's this year.
That was included in the extended showcase. It's always fun to see Justin Roiland just chopping it up.
Yeah,
and I'm with you though. Like High on Life looked. And I know I'm making our production guys nuts by now switching gears. We'll come back to Starfield in a second, but yeah, High on Life was. I think all three of us were like, it just stood out, didn't it?
I think we need a fun, silly game like that, where the guns give you sass back. Like, remember that gun was still like, oh, those are my kids, they die quickly, it's easy to make more. And I'm like, hello? How is that? This is amazing.
Yeah. And then, to circle back to Starfield and to tease our own show, I got to, so after watching the showcase with everyone on Sunday, I got to jump on the phone with Todd Howard yesterday, and we have that interview for you coming up later in this show. So that's how I'm trying to bribe you to keep watching, because I can genuinely say I had a bunch of questions, follow-ups based on what we saw from the gameplay reveal.
Cool.
And he did not duck anything. So he had answers to everything. He talks about the main quest length. He talks about the major cities, like we saw New Atlantis in the presentation. So there's my teaser. Stay tuned for that. It's about 18 to 20 minutes long. We'll have that for you later on. But circling back to 2023, I guess, Miranda, let me allow you to gush about Redfall before we get to that interview later, because I know that's very high on your list.
Yes, I love vampires. I love vampires of all kind. I love the pretty ones. I love the horrifying, monstrous ones. I'm very excited for Nosferatu, that movie that's coming out eventually.
Oh.
But I think what I was looking for here, and everyone kept saying, it's like, oh, Arcane's trying to do Left 4 Dead, or they're trying to do, oh gosh, what's it called?
Back 4 Blood or
Back 4 Blood. Like, there's so many things that are like, oh, they're trying to do this. I'm like, guys, it's still Arcane. Like, when I saw a lot of the cinematic trailer before, I was like, oh, I see how this plays out. It's just Arcane, but you could have 3 friends with you, which basically that's what it is. Yeah. And there's just a little bit more variability in your weapons and drops and optimization for that. And based on my interview with Harvey Smith, Arcane Austin's director, I was just like, yeah, that's what it is. I was like, Excellent. That's what I want to hear, because that's what I want from Arcane, right? Although I do like it when developers try new things, and this is them always trying something new with each game that they do. And this one is meant to be that multiplayer focus with, I think, a lot more variability in strategy.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what a co-op experience looks like in an Arcane game.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm going to play it co-op. I think that's the big question for me is like, do I even want to invite anyone to play with me? I mean,
We're not invited, Stella. Did you hear that?
You know
Sorry,
what?
I don't know.
Fine, I guess I'll hunt vampires on my own.
I mean, I could go play in your games, but it's like at the end of the day,
okay, I see.
Some of the details we got was that with Redfall, the primary person who's playing, like, that is their save file, and like you're inviting people to come in to play with you, but everyone has their own progress. Right. So like unless we're all teaming up every single time, then it's like we're dedicated to doing this together. But I'm like, but what if I want to do this strategy and be really quiet, but someone wants to go guns blazing? I'm like, oh man, okay, who's actually in charge here? You know, we got to establish that. But I think there's a lot of variability that I like about what they said. So for instance, on Twitter, they said that you can all play the same character. So if you all want to be Layla, you can, which is awesome. So that's good too.
Yeah, Uncle Pete made it very clear in that interview on the extended showcase that it's not just Left 4 Dead. Like, we know when you see combat, it looks like, oh, 4 people PvE, but there's a lot more going on with this game.
I think with Left 4 Dead 2, even though there's an element of strategy and of course like surviving like the swaths of zombies is a challenge, but I think with Redfall it's not the same in that. I think if you're going toe to toe with a bunch of enemies, sure, I think in a way it's kind of weird to compare it like this. Sometimes Left 4 Dead and things, those remind you a little bit of a Muso game where you're just like mowing down enemies, right? Like you're hacking and slashing, but with that in the shooter perspective, where the idea is that you should be constantly getting resources just to go at it. You're going to town, you're mowing down with friends, and you're gonna have a good time. Where I think with Redfall, it is a lot more about the strategy, and not that Left 4 Dead doesn't have a good story, but I think the story, the collectibles, all those like kind of stealth elements still come into play with Redfall.
Give me your 2-second instant prediction. When in the first half of 2023 do you predict we'll see Redfall?
February.
I like it. I like it. We're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, we're looking towards the future of Xbox further out in 2023. That year might feel far away now, but our discussion about it will be here in just a bit. So stick around, because IGN's Summer of Gaming coverage will continue right after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Alan Wheeler, here to bring you recaps of the best and biggest moments from Summer of Gaming. And I gotta say, this year has just been incredible. You can hear this year has been very exciting. I'm so excited.
Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
PlayStation.
IGN's Summer of Gaming 2022 is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile and by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN1.
Someone should probably go check in on the IGN LA studio, but on to more important things. Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming coverage of the extended Xbox Showcase. Right now, we're talking about what we saw today, but make sure you stick around later for our exclusive developer interviews with the people making gigantic upcoming games like Starfield, Redfall, Diablo 4, and more. So next segment here, I want to talk about the no-shows from either Xbox Showcase, because there are a pile of notable games that we did not see on Sunday or today that we can figure, well, they're either the second half of 2023 or beyond. So I'm going to run down the list, and then I want to get each of your takes on which of them may end up being like the big fall 2023 game. And yes, we're gamers, we like to look ahead to things. I know we're not even to fall 2022 yet. But the notable no-shows: Hellblade 2, Perfect Dark, State of Decay 3, Fable, Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, Gears 6, which, yes, I realize is technically unannounced, Everwild, Contraband, remember that one, the Avalanche game from last year, and then also unannounced, but could not possibly be more heavily rumored thanks to the leaked achievements, the GoldenEye remake. So that's a lot of games that we know about that are still, that we just have not had updates from in either of these last two, 3 hours worth of showcases. So which are most disappointing omissions from this? Stella, I'll start with you, and then we'll come back to which ones might be looking like the big fall titles for next year.
Right, well, speaking of space exploration games, I really loved The Outer Worlds, so not getting any update on The Outer Worlds 2 was kind of disappointing. I mean, we got a very small teaser in 2022, or no, sorry.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, 2021.
What
God,
are the years?
Oh my God. Listen, it's been a long
A year ago, we'll put it that way.
And I'm like, a little bit something would have been nice. Maybe a little cinematic trailer or something. But yeah, I was a little bit disappointed because seeing Starfield, I was like, you know what game I really miss? Outer Worlds.
We did see 2 Obsidian games in this extended showcase, so it's not that Obsidian is just idly, hanging around. They're a little busy. We got the Grounded full release and Pentiment, which actually we'll talk more about too. But
what about my game? What about the game I want, Ryan? What about me?
Well, what about Avowed would be the one I would have chosen.
Yeah, good choice. Really good choice.
Miranda, of this list, I mean, I think I know what you'll say, and you're giving me that look like I know what you're going to say.
It's, of course, Gears 6. I think they did a great job of saying at the very top of the show, hey guys, this is only things that are coming out within 12 months. That's it. We're not going to talk about anything else, which might be smart because they maybe want to give a lot of these developers flexibility to make sure that they can meet what they say is going to come out and not do what happened with Starfield, which understandable, of course. There's a lot of variables changing game release dates, but guys, Gears. I was really hoping maybe next year, and it could still be next year if it was at the end of 2023, but now I'm changing my mind a little bit on when that could be. And I'm sure it'll be worth the wait, but it's also just a little, man.
We know it'll be on Unreal Engine 5.
Yes.
And if their history with Unreal Engine, the Gears franchise, both at Epic and at the Coalition is any indication, it's going to be one of the most beautiful video games, period. The Gears games have always really set that high bar. I mean, actually, I left 2, again, unannounced games off this list. There's also 2 In Exile Unreal Engine 5 RPGs. So the studio behind Wasteland, they're busy with role-playing games as well. So yeah, see, we're already in a Gearsy mood. Although just cross the 5 out, we'll go with a 6 and we'll fix it in post. But you know, for Everwild is a game that's Rare. That's Rare's new big game, but we've seen it before, but it's been quite a while since we've had any kind of update on that. And there were some reports out there that development was they were rethinking some things there. And I'll tell you, I love the concept and the art style of what they had shown. It clearly seemed like it was taking the Sea of Thieves formula, you know, it's kind of the cooperative living world thing, and we're seeing it now thanks to our wonderful production team. Like, this looks like a world I want to be in with friends. So I'm really curious to find out, whenever we see this again, is it still this, or has it really, you know, has it changed a lot? Because it's now, it's been a while since we've heard anything about Everwild. So that one jumped out at me. And then, unfortunately, the other one that has been widely reported as having some development woes is a game I'm quite looking forward to, Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
Stell, I know you're with me on that. I mean, the return of Joanna Dark, what appeared to be a first-person spy shooter / parkour game, maybe a little Mirror's Edge thrown in there for good measure.
Yeah, I know we were talking about that a couple of episodes ago, and I was like, I could totally see this as a movement shooter, which could be really cool because, I mean, you're supposed to be this really high-level agent, and I'm just like, you know, why don't they make it something like Mirror's Edge? Because the movement was incredible, and also being FPS, I'm just like, I'm all over that, absolutely. But I know that this has gone through lots of development issues, so kind of not expecting to see anything about this. Maybe next year there'll be an update, but I definitely don't see this coming out until 2024.
Yeah.
They have a lot of expectations lived up to as well. When they announced the studio, they're like, this is going to be a quadruple A studio. I'm like, all right, what does that even mean? What are you doing to these devs? Like, are you setting them up for success by saying that? Because now I have very high expectations set by yourselves about what this is supposed to be. So I'm quite curious to see what they do with that reveal whenever it does come.
Made by The Initiative, one of the, really, of all these Microsoft studios, it's the one new homegrown one.
Yes.
The sort of the highest profile homegrown one. Most of the other ones have been acquired, and with the co-development with Crystal Dynamics, makers of Tomb Raider. So really interesting development situation there. So now of this list that we talked about, some of these are going to, as you said, Miranda, go into 2024. There's no doubt. I mean, there's just a lot of games here. There's probably no way all of those will come out in 2023, especially when we know none of them would come out in the first half. So that's not the entire second half of 2023 list. Some of them will kick out further. But of those, odds are a couple of them are going to be big fall titles for Microsoft next year. Miranda, your thoughts on the 1 or 2 or potentially even 3 that we might see for holiday next year?
Yeah, I would say Hellblade, for sure. We've seen enough of that where I think they're probably gearing up for launch. Probably, you never know. State of Decay 3 could be another good one. I think that would be a nice surprise launch. I don't know how long that they've been really focused on that. We've only gotten the smallest teaser as well. That would be a very nice surprise to accompany it. Another we actually didn't mention was Halo Infinite DLC. We didn't see anything about campaign stuff. I mean, that could still just be so far on the back burner that they don't want to talk about it at all, given that how long, co-op was delayed and everything else. Obviously, they've
Forge
had their own.
Too, still working there.
They've had plenty of production issues, it seems like, and they're trying to figure everything out. So I'll hopefully say maybe next year we'll get DLC, and if we do, I'll be very happy for it. So that's what I think will probably be their bigger ones for the end of next year.
Stella, do you agree with Miranda, or you have some other picks you think for second half next year?
You picked the 2 for sure, which was definitely Hellblade, because we saw gameplay. I mean, I know it wasn't, it didn't have the HUD or anything, but we're like, it was gameplay, it was solid. So definitely Hellblade 2. I don't know about the 3rd one though. I mean, we are going to be getting some Halo Infinite stuff, but we don't know what exactly is all going to be in the DLC, which is why I'm like, hey, a nice little roadmap would be very nice for us fans here who are eagerly waiting because we want more content. So anything like that surrounding Halo would be great. I know we saw Halo in Fall Guys now. You can get the Master Chief helmet.
Oh yeah,
it's
you can
really
get
cute.
A little brute. You can get the grunt. The grunt is actually very cute. But,
Yeah. So So, I mean, anything more information on Halo Infinite, because I love that game. I really want to continue loving it, but, you know, this is not the Halo Infinite showcase. Anyways, okay. Yeah. Ryan, how about you?
Well, for me, I'm going to make it 3 for 3. I think of these games, and I think I listed, 10 or 12 games right there that are, again, we know about that are either out in July onwards of next year. I do agree Hellblade 2 seems like the most likely of those to be one of the big fall titles. As you both noted, we've seen it. We know it's Unreal Engine 5, and we also know from Epic that the Unreal Engine 5 is done and into developers' hands now. So Ninja Theory's been obviously working on the game in Unreal Engine 4, and Epic has talked a lot about they're trying to make it as easy as possible for developers to transition their project over to Unreal Engine 5. That 6-minute gameplay demo that we did get at the Game Awards, so that was 6 months ago. So some of it's at least playable and looking pretty polished. So yeah, I think the odds, the Vegas money here would be on Hellblade 2. But yeah. I'm gonna stretch out on a limb a little bit. I mean, I hope I'm right on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not. But I think Avowed could end up at being a big fall 2023 title.
That'd be.
How about we get Starfield? I'm going to guess, by the way, just throwing it out there because I put you on the spot for when you thought Redfall would be out. You said February. I agree with you. I think since we know we have somewhere between January and June for Starfield, I think it's going to be May. May has traditionally been a month in the gaming industry where, for whatever reason, a lot of big stuff tends to come out in May.
Yeah, it's either March or May, based on experience, which is unfortunate if it's in May because it starts bumping up against all right, get ready for E3. I'm like, no, shh, I'm playing this game. Don't look at me.
But yeah, and I expect if they couldn't make the 11-11-22, that Todd Howard and the team there are going to take as much of that 6-month extension as they can to get it as polished up as possible. So yeah, I'm feeling like May for that. And then, hey, how about 6 months later in November, Obsidian drops Avowed 2, and then we get our first-person fantasy RPG fix. And then it's just, because we've talked about this a lot on Unlocked over the last year or two. The role play, if you are an RPG gamer, the Xbox is the console for you. Specifically, if you're a Western RPG gamer, between In Exile's 2 role-playing games, Fable, Starfield, Avowed, and I think I'm still leaving games out. I think there were more. That's 5 very high-profile RPGs that are going to be exclusive to Xbox, which is pretty wild. But yeah, so Hellblade 2, and I'm going with Avowed, and if one more sneaks in there, I don't know. I mean, I'd happily take any of them.
Save Fable.
But no, I think it's too early for. I feel like Fable, and I also feel like they're probably not going to want to ship more than 2 of these big RPGs in one calendar year.
That's fair. Please spare Miranda.
We got it. It's fine.
But yeah, State of Decay 3 would be great. I'm a big fan of that series, and I really hope 3 brings it the polish and AAA-ness that the series has needed. All right, we need to take another very quick break, but when we return, we're talking all about Diablo 4, one of my most anticipated games of next year, with the head of the Diablo franchise, Rod Ferguson. So stick around because IGN's Summer of Gaming will be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And by the US Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. and rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network, who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm your host, Brian Altano.
I'm Stella Chung.
And I'm Max Scoville, and we just got a brand new look at...
What is going on?
Oh, well, I sure hope my IGN co-hosts are okay. That looked painful. Stella, your head is back, maybe, I hope. While we go check in on Stella, Max, and Brian, why don't you check in with our very own Mitchell Saltzman, who sat down with the developers behind Diablo 4 for a closer look at the game.
Greetings, strangers. Take a seat, sit back, and stay a while and listen, because we're here with Rod Ferguson and Joe Shelley from Blizzard to talk about Diablo 4. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Great.
So, Diablo 4 is being described as the next evolution of the action RPG. What would you guys say Diablo 4 is doing that is pushing the action RPG genre forward?
So much. It's a huge game, and there's lots of innovation. It's the first time we've had such a huge shared open world from players campaign through the world to defeat Lilith to over 100, nearly 150. In fact, there's so many dungeons, it's hard to keep track, honestly.
Yeah, I think for me too, beyond the sort of the shared open world aspect of it, is just one of the big design pillars, like Joe as game director, is really pushing this vision around player choice. You know, and the idea that not only can you, previous Diablo games, you were the barbarian, and now you can be any barbarian. You can create your own backstory in the sense that you have your own customization, the depth of skill choices that you have. It's a non-linear story, so you can play it out of order. It's an open world that you can explore any way you want to. You can choose to play PvE and PvP. You can choose to play alone or with others. And so everything we're doing is really focused on choice. I think that's something that really pushes the genre forward.
Speaking of the barbarian, you just revealed the necromancer. So what made you guys decide to revisit this class and make it a character that people get to play right out of the gate? Because necromancer is typically a character that has been introduced in expansions.
The necromancer is a class that works so well with the Diablo gameplay. And when we're approaching Diablo 4, we really wanted to make it a combination of all the experiences that have come before, whether it's the returning to darkness that we saw in Diablo 1, a lot of the really crunchy mechanics that you could get into in Diablo 2, and our revised Paragon system, which is Captain Diablo 4, is a great example of that. To the really frenetic and faster-paced action combat of Diablo 3. We've made innovations across the board, but when we're looking at the classes, we wanted to make sure that we were hitting those classes that players have loved throughout the franchise and always want to experience. And Necromancer is front and center.
Yeah, and it really speaks to that idea of the return to darkness that Diablo 4 represents, that idea of the tone of D1, as Joe just talked about, that idea of working with the occult and dark magic and summoning the undead, and so it really leans into that feeling of it. And it is such a favorite. It's personally my favorite, and so I'm excited to be able to get, and not only is the Necromancer you kind of know and love from the previous games, but it is actually quite a bit different, and so those differences are what makes it really exciting for D4.
Well, let's jump into those differences, because there's been different variations of the Necromancer all throughout the history of Diablo from 2, 3, and Diablo Immortal. What would you say are the main differences of the Necromancer class in Diablo 4?
When we talk about player choice, which is so important to Diablo 4, one of the things that we really wanted to do is introduce a unique class mechanic for each of our 5 classes, so that the experience of playing one class is totally different from the experience of playing another class. And the mechanic for the Necromancer is the Book of the Dead, which allows you unprecedented control over your army. You can configure your skeleton minions to be all kinds of different skirmishers, to mages, even skeleton priests, and you can configure your golem similarly with the Iron Golem making a return.
Yeah, and it really allows for that notion, because that's one of the things when you play in the past, is like, oh, I can have minions, but my control over them has been somewhat limited, and now you can have skeletal warriors, and there's up to 3 different kinds. You can have skeletal mages, and there's 3 different kinds. You have a different golem, there's 3 different kinds. And so how you choose your play style, do I want to play aggressive, do I play defensive? In fact, there's a way to sacrifice all your minions to just make yourself more powerful, so you can just be this sort of uber dark magic necromancer that he doesn't even summon anything, but is able to use blood magic to destroy everything on the battlefield.
Amazing. Oh my God. You touched upon it earlier, but let's jump back to it. Tell us about character customizations. Will players have unrestricted options for character customization right from the start, or is it something that they can unlock new features that they can then adjust their characters while they're playing the game?
Yeah, so, in Diablo 4, we think of your class more as a vocation that any person could do, potentially. And we wanted anyone who's playing the game to be able to create a character that either represented themselves or represented who they wanted to be in the game, and then match and use that character to represent the class that they choose. So you can create really anyone you want to look like.
Yeah, I think that, we have a choice right now where there's a sort of a body type, because it fits well with sort of the armor and everything, the gear that you have. So like druids are proud dad bods kind of thing, which I completely associate with. But beyond that, like the ability to change the face and how you look, and with the hair and your markings and your tattoos, and as we talked about, like the barbarian from say D3 was, okay, this white-haired barbarian that came from Mount Ariat, and it had its own thing, where now you can be completely different and make it your own, and that really helps with the immersion and the fantasy, that you're able to kind of lean into your role playing and what you want to be as a barbarian or as a necromancer.
So Diablo 2 and 3 followed this act structure that was pretty integral to those games, and in each act you'd have like a home base that you could return to with town portals, and the wilderness area that's sprawled out and had different waypoints that took you to different spots. How does this change with the move to open world design?
Yeah, it took us a while to figure out how town portals should work, actually, in a big open world, but we figured it out.
So town portals are in Diablo 4?
They are, and they'll take you back to, you can go to waypoint to a particular place if you want to, or you can town portal to the nearest major city. Diablo 4 has a non-linear campaign, so that you can do the story content in different pieces, which allows you to replay the campaign in a different order, which is fun. And the world is, the campaign takes you all over the world, but there's lots more world to discover after you finished it.
Yeah, that's part of the exploration, is finding all those waypoints and ways that you can travel around. And so that's part of the exploration, is that you're with those 150 plus dungeons, and with all the different waypoints that are out there, all the local events, all the world bosses, like there's a real reason to go out and venture into the world and see what's out there. And so that's part of it. It's not just, oh, I'm on this path, this golden path through the story. There's a whole world out there for you to explore, with very different biomes or environments, with different monster families, and that's part of the fun. And it's actually one of the things that we just recently added as part of our testing, is this progression through a zone to know, have I found everything or not? And that really well, I'm kind of a completionist, and so that notion of like, did I find all the dungeons, did I find all the waypoints, is it really helps sort of incentivize you to go exploring.
You mentioned earlier the 150 or nearly 150 dungeons they have in this game. Are these similar to the dungeons of previous games with procedurally generated layouts and rewards, or are they something completely new and different?
They do have procedurally generated layouts. Monster placement's going to be different every time. You're going to get different rewards, but they're really grounded in a sense of place, and that means that you can do more planning about how you're going to tackle them, which really becomes important when you get to the end game and you start to get into nightmare dungeons. In the nightmare dungeon system, you can get these keys, sigils, that allow you to upgrade a dungeon out in the world to become a nightmare dungeon, granted additional affixes and powers. And the powers are the effects on the dungeon are actually based on the keys. So you're going to get a lot of keys. You might find keys for dungeons that you think are less well suited to your build or play style, and you don't have to do those. So you have really, again, a lot of player choice there.
And one of the things I love is the new addition is like when you get into that end game too, and you're doing sort of the, working for the Tree of Whispers, this idea of do a dungeon, that, oh, this dungeon is sort of biased towards helmets, and because I'm looking for a particular legendary helmet. And so there's certain dungeons you can go to that it changes all the time, so you can actually target what kind of loot you're after. And so that change really allows me, again, agency as a player to say, oh, what's really weak about my build right now are my gloves. So what dungeons are dropping gloves right now, and I can go and work on that dungeon.
Can you go into a little bit of detail about how the loot has changed?
Yeah, as you said, loot is really a key component of any Diablo game, right? And we think that the legendary powers really bring a level of variability and sort of the ability for all unlimited possibilities. Really, you can get a crazy legendary power, and then that really opens the door for you to think like, well, what could be out there? It could be anything. And so in Diablo 4, we've decoupled the legendary power from the legendary item itself. You've still got unique items, which are making a return from Diablo 2, that really ground that this item has this legacy and this special power associated with. But for legendary items, the powers can roll on different items. And in fact, you can take the legendary power off of an item and apply it to another item. You can even upgrade a rare item to a legendary item through this. So you have a lot more ability to customize loadout in that way.
Yeah, like the skills are a foundation, right? Like when you're making your character, the skills are a template for what you want your build to be. Oh, I want to be a whirlwind barbarian, or I want to be a summoning necromancer. But it's really the legendary gear you get that helps you refine that, because it ends up sort of overpowering it a little bit. And my example most recently is playing as a necro. I had a pair of gloves drop that gave me an extra 2 mages, skeletal mages. So now I have this large number of mages behind me that are just destroying everything. And then you progress, and as you go up in level, those pair of gloves becomes kind of weaker and weaker, because it's no longer at your level. And in the past, you'd have to sort of get rid of those gloves, lose those 2 mages, and go, okay, my build isn't what I wanted it to be anymore. Well, now in Diablo 4, you can go to the occultist, you can extract that power off those gloves, get another legendary at your level and put it onto that. And so then you can carry that in your build forward even longer. And you can actually sort of put all these affixes or all these powers into your stash. So you're like, oh, I may not need it now, so I'll extract it and put it in my stash for later, because maybe my build will change as I play. But there's a little bit of restriction. You can only pass it on once, so you can't just sort of keep that power for the entire time. But that ability to make a build and hold on to it for a little bit longer, and the fact that never before have you been able to take a yellow, or what we call a rare item, and turn it into a legendary by putting a legendary power into it, that fundamentally changes how loot works.
That's so good to hear. One of the things that I think really stands out in the trailer that you guys just released are world bosses. Can you talk about what exactly goes into a world boss, how there are a bunch of different players that all populate in the same world? Just kind of go over what world bosses are all about.
Yeah, absolutely. World bosses are one of the most exciting things that we've added to the open world. I mean, alongside strongholds, where you get to actually transform the world.
Right.
But in a world boss, we pull the camera out farther so you can see other players in combat with the boss, and we make these enormous bosses that, even though we pulled the camera out, fill the whole screen, and they're just wreaking havoc everywhere. You can see the treasure beast in the video we just saw, who's one of our 3 world bosses at launch. And they appear in the world on the map, and players can congregate. They're notified that a world boss is going to show up. Players can congregate. You don't have to be explicitly grouped or in a party with anyone. You'll just see other players there, and you all work together to take down this giant monster.
Can you talk a little bit about how PvP is going to be different in Diablo 4 compared to previous titles?
Yeah, absolutely. So we knew that we wanted to bring PvP back in Diablo 4. There's so many players that have fond memories of getting players' ears in Diablo 2. And we wanted to recapture that experience. So when we looked at how to bring it into the shared open world of D4, we settled on an approach of just finding some areas of the world that are these fields of hatred that are affected by Mephisto's influence. And when you go into one of these areas, we tell you that you are at risk of being attacked by other players. There are both players and monsters in these areas, so there's some opportunity to fight monsters or fight players, and you can have engagements where you're fighting some monsters and a player jumps you. There's a lot of really different organic things that can emerge there. So when you're in one of these areas, you can get access to this special currency, these shards of hatred that you can exchange for exclusive, cosmetic rewards that you can show off your victories. But in order to exchange them, you have to purify them first, and the purifying process takes place in this zone. Other people are notified that this is happening, and so you're in danger during that time. And if you're killed, you can lose your shards there. So there's a lot of interesting risk and reward dynamic.
And then finally, you touched upon it a little bit earlier with like the Paragon system and the Nightmare dungeons, but what is waiting people in the end game? Can you break down kind of what's in store for people in the post game?
Yes. So we know that a Diablo game shouldn't end when you complete the campaign. And the end game is a really important thing. And we wanted Diablo 4 to have end game available at launch. And so we've been working to make sure that the end game systems are robust and that there's a good variety of them. Rod mentioned the Tree of Whispers, which sends you on missions all around the world. These missions show up on the map. You can complete these whispers for additional rewards. And those also give you access to the Nightmare sigils that I mentioned earlier. Those will take you into Nightmare dungeons, which
is kind of a take on it's sort of the Diablo 4 take on rifts, right? As people think about what the end game was for Diablo 3 and Greater Rifts, like Nightmare dungeons are kind of a version of that, yes?
All right, well, Rod, Joe, thank you so much for your time. Diablo 4 releases in 2023 on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. And thank you guys so much for watching. And as always, for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Is it hot in here, or was it just Diablo 4? Oh my god, that looks so good. If that comes out anywhere near Starfield, I have to take a sabbatical, like a leave of absence from IGN to have time to play both of those. That was Rod Ferguson and Joe Shelley giving us some details on Diablo 4. Joining me once again are the one and only Miranda Sanchez and one of the backup Stella Chung clones that we keep on ice just in case of, a sudden decapitation, which apparently happens around here. It's a professional hazard. Anyway, Diablo. Stella, I know you were impressed by some of the nice art direction and visual effects going on in that.
Yeah, I know the original Stella probably would have been impressed by the barbarian leaps there, but this Stella, which I have this choker on because it helps secure my head a little bit tighter, that's one of those things now, really liked the effects that, you would see like power impacts, and the grass would just kind of react to that as well, any small movements. I know that's such a small thing to like focus on, but that amount of detail really helps immerse players in the world, and being able to see that in the showcase, I was like, wait a minute. That's so cool. Wait, I feel like I'm this powerful person, and it emulates through the video. Which
your power is directly affecting the world around you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's definitely more. Diablo 3 was criticized, particularly at launch, for having just an art direction that went a little too literally dark and too far
barren
from
wasteland.
Yeah, from Diablo 2 and Diablo 1, and with 4, at least to me, again, Diablo is one of my all-time favorite franchises. They seem to be kind of going back to more of the Diablo 2 art style. Miranda, your thoughts on what you just saw there?
I like skeletons. And I like sides, so I do like the Necromancer. To be completely honest, like I only played a little bit of Diablo 3, and I was like, oh, this isn't for me. And that's exactly why I said Barren Wasteland, because when I first got in, it was just like a bunch of dark rock and some people here and there and a little bit of fire and then just some monsters. So seeing this, it did look a lot more alive, and I did like seeing that. And honestly, if I can buddy up with Skeleton, I'll do it. So
You can buddy up with me. I'm just a skeleton with some flesh on the outside.
You know, I have a skeleton at home, and I think she'd have some problems with that. So yeah, that's true. But we can also buddy up.
Fair enough. Yeah, I love how much there is going on in this game. You know, they've really focused on, and those world bosses were insane. I'm already dreaming about the loot that the world bosses are going to drop should you actually successfully bring one down. And I'll tell you, I'm not thrilled with every franchise I love going open world. That seems to be such a trend now. But I have to say, now granted, I haven't played Diablo 4 yet, but it seems like it's going to be a pretty good fit in Diablo because they want to make it feel like a huge place that you can. They talked a couple times in that interview about being able to go, you know, take quests non-linearly and experience the story how you want. And it just, because the old act structure would be, you know, you started in Tristram, and then you go to the desert in Diablo 2, and then the jungle in Act 3, and then, you know, you just kind of move from location to location. And here, you can move to any of them as you see fit. And that, like, I think Diablo is going to hopefully be a really good fit for open world, which not every game is, right? Like, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, why everything's an open world, but I think it's going to pay off here, and I just can't wait. I mean, Miranda, Necromancer, I'm going to guess from, you know, you just talked about skeletons. Is that who you're going to roll in this game?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I figured. And Stella?
I always go melee in games like this.
Me too.
So big buff barbarian lady for me. Yeah. Also, since Destin's not here, I will take up that helm as your bro-barian. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. But Mitchell did a great job with that interview, and as Rod and Jay there were quite candid with, you know, it seems like Blizzard they're kind of done being secretive about Diablo, and it just seems like this must be the home stretch. I mean, that footage looked pretty polished.
So it's actually interesting because the BlizzCon before everything shut down, I think it was 2020, 2019, something like that. I actually saw some Diablo gameplay because they had demos of that and Overwatch 2's PvE, which I guess I still can't talk about. So anyways, but yeah, I saw gameplay. It actually looked polished then too. So being able to see everything kind of brought even more to life here, I'm like, oh yeah, it's definitely getting there. I think we're going to see a release date like very, very soon, and you're going to be able to play soon. And just
please let this not come out near Starfield and vice versa. That's all I ask. All right, well, there's still plenty of stuff to break down, scrutinize, investigate, and celebrate from the Xbox Extended Showcase, plus some awesome in-depth interviews, more of them, with the people making the biggest games coming to Xbox, including Todd Howard coming up soon. Stick around, because IGN will be back with the aforementioned exclusive interview with Todd Howard, talking a lot about Starfield.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? And sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
We're out of space.
On it. We're going live.
Unleash the power of the Samsung 980 Pro PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD for next level computing and double the data transfer rate of PCIe 3.0. It's 12 times faster than Samsung SATA SSDs, making for a whole new user experience. It's easy to install. Boost your PC performance, load games faster, and more reliably, no matter how intensive the workload. The Samsung SSD 980 Pro and 980 Pro with heatsink are proud partners of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
We're good.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
And we're back with over 1,000 planets to explore. Starfield is literally the biggest game Microsoft has shown off this summer, and there is a proportionate amount of excitement for it. I got a chance to sit down with the head of Bethesda Game Studios, Todd Howard, and pick his brain about what's in store. We did that yesterday. Take a look. Welcome to Summer of Gaming 2022. I'm Ryan McCaffrey here at IGN. I am always pleased to sit down, even if it's remotely over the phone, with Todd Howard, the game director on Starfield at Bethesda Game Studios. Todd, how are you, sir?
I'm great. We're all excited today after this weekend, and incredible response from everybody.
Well, that's actually where I wanted to start with you. So we're recording this the day after the showcase. And so were you following the community reaction? What was your reaction to the community reaction to the gameplay reveal?
Well, I'm always excited when nothing leaks, so that's usually where I start. The whole team obviously is spending years on the game, and then when you put it out there is this moment of how's everyone going to react. And I will say, the fans have been really incredible in the response to what we're doing and their support. So everyone on the team is just really overjoyed, and all that energy back to us is so much fuel in the tank to make this as good as it can be.
I just wanted to talk to you about a few follow-up questions I had, because I, like many people, have been very much looking forward to this game, and part of that is the scale and scope of this, Todd. That you seem to really want to drive that home in the presentation, the massive scale and scope of this project. You've got all these planets. You touched on 1,000 planets. I imagine you're going to have to procedurally generate a lot of those.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're pretty aware you throw that out near the end, people will go, what did you just say? And then they'll have a lot of questions on how that works. And we will probably deep dive into that in the future. Here's how we pull it off and how it feels. We ask ourselves in the games that we love to make and that we love to play, and what's great about video games, and you're going to step into these universes, you go through in your head all the things you would want to do in a game like that, and we try to say yes as much as possible. It was always for us, we like those kind of experiences. Could we eventually do one in space? Because that's going to involve, in the way that we would want it, going to a lot of planets and being able to explore them in some way. So we do a lot of procedural generation, but I would keep in mind that we've always done that.
Right.
And it's a big part of Skyrim in terms of questing and some other things we do. We generate landscape using procedural systems, and so we've always kind of worked on it. And a planet by itself, if you think about it, is sort of, in a game concept, just one planet. is infinitely big if you're going to do it in some realistic fashion. So once you're dealing with scale like that in procedural systems, the difference between, say, one planet that has some variation on it and 100 planets or 1,000, but it's actually not that big of a leap, if that makes sense, once you have good systems working for that. But I should also add that we have done more handcrafting in this game, like content-wise, than any game we've done. We're over 200,000 lines of dialogue, so we still do a lot of handcrafting. And if people just want to do like what they're used to in our games and follow a main quest and do the quest lines, you're gonna see what you'd kind of expect from us. But then you have this whole other part of, well, I'm just gonna wander this planet and it's gonna provide some gameplay and some random content and those kind of things, kind of like a Daggerfall would, if you go way back. You know, there are a lot of ice balls in space. So that was one of our big design considerations on this game, is what's fun about an ice ball? And it's okay sometimes if ice balls aren't, you know, it is what it is. You want to go land on that weird planet and check it out and build an outpost and live your life there and watch the sunset because you like the view of the moons there. Like, we go for it. We love that stuff.
Well, you know, similarly, I wanted to ask you about the space combat. You can build a ship and you can go battle in ship-to-ship combat in outer space. So when I saw that, I thought, well, that's really cool, but I did also get a little twinge of fear that, well, I hope this isn't going to be something shallow like the you know, going with the Mako on Mass Effect 1 and just roaming a bunch of mostly empty planets. So, like, can you talk a little bit about the depth of what we can look forward to with the space combat?
Sure. That was, I would say, the two things that we started on the project is we had a good basis for tech and gameplay systems from Elder Scrolls and Fallout. We started the planet stuff, the procedural generation, and we started space combat. We want this to feel something unique. There's been a lot of space sims that we're fans of and space shooters from the 90s. And if you look at it, you can see it in the video. Your ship has various power systems. A little bit of FTL there in terms of putting how much power into 3 different weapon systems, and then your engines and shields, and the grav drive is what lets you jump and sort of get out of some situations that you have to put power to. So there is some dogfighting. I have quotes up. We keep the pace fairly slow. One of the games that I love that we sort of look at for pace is Mech Warrior, believe it or not.
Nice. Good callback there.
Like that's probably a little bit slower, but in terms of systems and power and being able to line things up. Now it's a little bit faster than that, but you know what I mean, as opposed to a twitchy dogfighter. But it's not just dogfighting. Like, the ship stuff includes, you see it in the video, you can dock with other ships, you can disable them, you can dock, you can board it. There's actually some quests that involve that. You can steal the ship. There's dialogue in space. There's star stations you can visit. There's smuggling. There's you know, all the things that we would want. And we'll be showing some more of that later. But it's a good chunk of gameplay that we think is really fun when it comes to playing this type of sci-fi game.
Oh, you're getting me fired up, Todd. And one of the other things, actually, that really jumped out at me, that got me fired up from the gameplay reveal, was the character customization and the character creation. So many character backgrounds to choose from. Beast Hunter, Bouncer, Chef, Diplomat, Gangster, Ronin. Those are some of the ones that jumped out at me. How many are in there, and what's your favorite that maybe you've been messing around in a build lately that's you've been having fun with?
I might get the number wrong, Ryan. Maybe there's 20.
Okay.
We add or remove.
Yeah.
And that really is, think of it like a class, kind of. It's a start.
Right.
Here are your starting skills. There is some dialogue that works into that choice, and some other options in the game based on what you picked.
It says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
I mean, I think the chef is kind of funny, to be honest, which is why it starts the video. I love these starting skills of like astronomy and knives, and wellness. So there's some things like that that's a bit more interesting role-playing outside of your usual, I just shoot people. So we do have some really nice role-playing systems for, you know, some other options in terms of dialogue and crafting, being able to manipulate people, those kind of things, leadership. I think are pretty interesting when it comes to the content we have.
You know, something else that's always memorable in your games and your team's games is that first moment when you come out of, whether it's a jail cell or a cave or whatever it is, a vault, and you see that the game world for the very first time. Is there a handcrafted moment like that in Starfield, given that there are many worlds?
There is. Look, the way the game starts is pretty set for everybody.
Yeah.
So we definitely have what we call the step out moment, and we probably have a few of them given the scale of the game. The early ones are the ones that we do spend time on to make sure it's impactful when you finally get to see a surface of the planet or what that planet looks like from space.
Something else that jumped out at me from the gameplay was New Atlantis, that city. It reminded me of maybe the Citadel on Mass Effect 1, or to go back to one of your games, the Imperial City from Oblivion. What are some of the things we can do in there? Because it seems like a place that you're going to want to go back to time and again.
Yeah, we have 4 main cities in the game, and New Atlantis is easily the biggest city in the game and the biggest city we've ever built. Kind of the capital here in the game, and it has all the services you would expect, and you can work on your ship there. The factions touch that, but that's also the headquarters for Constellation, which is the faction that you join.
Right.
That is the last group of space explorers, kind of this NASA meets Indiana Jones meets the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And that's really where the main quest goes through that group, so that's where they're headquartered.
15 minutes is a lot of time in a showcase, but it's not really a lot of time to go over everything in something as vast as what Starfield appears to be. So I wanted to ask you about the main story. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because that's something that I feel like wasn't really touched on in the video. I mean, we know about Constellation and you're joining, but what's sort of the central conflict? Can you kind of set the game up for us a little bit?
Yeah, we touch on it a little bit in the demo, where Constellation, who's trying to, they're still exploring and figuring out the mysteries of the universe, and they also look for, old Earth artifacts. You'll see that in some of the stuff we hint at in the exploration, and then they've uncovered some of these artifacts that they don't know their origin, and that's the quest you kind of start on. And
speaking of the main quest, role-playing gamers tend to be very obsessed with how long the game is. With your games, there's never been a shortage of things to do. Can we expect the main story to be roughly the same length, kind of hours-wise, as we've seen from your previous games? Or is that leveling up too, along with the scope of everything else in Starfield?
We usually aim for around that length if you look at our previous games, but this one's ending up a little bit longer. And we may tune that some still. And it's more quests, so it might be 20% more than our previous ones. So if you say, and your mileage may vary, people generally don't straight line it. But if our previous ones, if we aimed for, let's say, a 25-hour main quest, this one might be in the 30s, maybe 40 just for the main quest. But
yeah,
obviously, all of the other quests and faction lines and everything else we have here, there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit there, and we've sort of learned that people do play our games for a really, really long time. They're still playing Skyrim, not straight for 10 years, but they leave it and they come back, and there's extra content. And certainly, we're going to be doing extra content for this game, and we love our modding community. We actually think this game for our modding community is going to be a dream because there's so much they could do. So we think that's a great thing that we love as well.
You always aim for these big games, but you were talking about it at the beginning of our conversation that you tried to say yes to everything, to everybody's ideas for this. Do you do that in part because, like, if we take a realistic look at your studio and you personally, you've got 3 major game franchises under your direct control with the Elder Scrolls and Fallout and now Starfield. So did you take any kind of different approach to Starfield, knowing that realistically you probably won't be able to physically get around to making another one for at least 5 years and probably more like 10, given that you're moving on to Elder Scrolls 6 after this, and presumably Fallout might be in the future down the road as well.
Well, I wouldn't say we say yes because we don't think we'll get another shot for a decade. We just think what we'd want to do in a game, and how can we make that work the best it can be. And there are some things that we don't do intentionally to say, oh, is that really where we want to spend the time? What's going to be impactful? One for Starfield people have asked is, well, can you fly the ship straight down to the planet? No. We decided early in the project that the on surface is one reality, and then when you're in space is another reality. And if you try to really spend a lot of time engineering the in-between, like that segue, you're just spending a lot of time that's really just not that important to the player. So let's make sure it's awesome when you're on the surface and awesome when you're in space, and those realities look as good as they can be and play as good as they can be for those realities. But the other thing you said, yes, Elder Scrolls 6 is in pre-production, and we're going to be doing Fallout 5 after that. So our slate's pretty full going forward for a while. We have some other projects that we look at from time to time as well, but they do take a while. I wish they came out faster. I really do. We're trying as hard as we can, but we want them to just be as best as they could be for everybody.
Well, Todd, I look forward to learning a lot more about Starfield, and most importantly, playing Starfield at some point between now and this time next year, if all goes well. Todd, thank you as always for your time. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it, and thanks for all the support everybody's given us, and the folks at IGN. You guys did a great job yesterday as well. So just excited for the whole industry, everything that's going on, and Xbox has been, I have to just say, this is the first game we've done under that, and they've just been incredible partners with us to make this the best it can be.
That was Todd Howard talking all things Starfield, a game that sounds better and better the more we learn about it. I'm incredibly excited about it, as the fact that I sat down with Todd and wanted to talk to him, because I can't get enough of that video game. But let me check in and take the temperature here of both Miranda and Stella. Miranda, I'll start with you. We learned some interesting new details about Starfield in that interview.
Yes, I have so many notes because if you guys don't know, I lead the guides team here at IGN, so exploring every facet of a game is really important to me. Into something like Starfield, where we know Bethesda's going to go all out on, making the scope and detail and exploration big. Having those additional details today just was enlightening, and how I need to plan for things, but also planning just for my own self for playing and exploration. I know there's been some concern potentially about there being 1,000 worlds. It's what is that even going to be like? And I think Todd made a really good point where some people just want to be in this world. They just want to stay there. And honestly, I'm one of those people. I like to just pop on a podcast. Yes, this world may be procedurally generated, but part of role playing, at least for me, is I like to have a little bit of my own story going into that. Sure, there's something that they've set up, but my character is a representation of myself in this universe, and whether they're a chef that has great knife skills or whatever else of the roles, you can really immerse yourself in that as a choice, and just imagine a lot more there than that is there. And so it's I think Todd was saying you could set up a base on an ice planet because you like the way the moons look. I was that's excellent. That's what I want. I want to listen to my audiobook and just go mine some ore and build a cool thing. And that just sounds nice.
I think we might have trimmed it for time, but there was a clarifying detail that I'll just pass along now. And if I'm repeating it from the interview, I apologize. But he did say, in the procedural planet question at the top there, he did say that they're going to make it obvious which are the handcrafted planets with more to do versus the procedural ones. He didn't explain quite how that'll work, but he said it will be obvious to the player how that works. So we'll see how they've chosen to do that. Stella, your thoughts on Starfield now that you've heard a little bit more about it from Todd?
Yeah, I think I was just cautious overall after the initial showcase, but now I'm cautiously optimistic. Obviously, there's a lot of passion that's going into this. There's been so much work that has been detailed and done, so it makes me really happy to hear that they have been, nitpicking at certain things, which is what I was talking about. I was I feel like they're doing a lot, and it may not all be executed well, but it seems like that was taken into account. Still a little bit worried. I think it's just my gamer brain just being like, don't expect too much, and then when you do get everything given to you, it's going to be amazing. But also, I'm so sorry, but I'm just so stuck on Fallout 5.
Yeah, that little nugget right at the end. I mean, it's we all assumed that was the case, right? But because we know that, Todd doesn't. I talked to him about this 6 months ago when I spoke with him for Skyrim's 10th anniversary. I said, so would you let one of your other teams or one of the other Microsoft family teams do Fallout? Because you're booked for the next 5+ years with Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6. And he's like, nah, I'm going to hang on to Fallout. And so he confirmed right there. That's he just gave you the Bethesda Game Studios Todd Howard roadmap for about the next probably 10 years, finishing Starfield, moving on to Elder Scrolls 6, and then into Fallout 5. Fallout 5, that might be the first next gen Xbox game announced because it might not even make it for the Series X.
It's weird to think about how old I'll be when that game comes out.
I know. I love that game. I have a stim pack tattooed on my arm. Please. 2024.
So
I know that's a lot to ask for.
I will say, based on Fallout, because I love Fallout, I really hope we have some sort of mysterious stranger analog, because I think there are just so many quirky little details about Fallout that kind of pervade the grime of that world, and I want more of that. Just
we'll talk more about Fallout 5 on our next regular episode of Unlocked. But for now, our very own Miranda Sanchez will go deep with the developers of Redfall for a closer look at another one of Xbox's major first-party games for the first half of next year. But first, here's a life makeover. IGN's Summer of Gaming continues after this.
Nars here, giving you an inside look at the social lifestyle simulation game, Life Makeover. Life Makeover takes advantage of Unreal Engine graphics to make you into a fashion icon. Jump into character design to design your own in-game persona and customize everything from your facial features, body shape, and even smiling expressions. Life Makeover gives you the tools to fine-tune your look in lots of different ways. You can choose from a variety of different hairstyles and colors, and even customize your hair to include multicolored gradients if that's more your speed. Makeup is a big part of Life Makeover's customization suite, giving you access to everything you need to make your character entirely your own. Take full advantage of the multiple layers and colors of lipstick contour and adjustable eyeshadow options with a wide palette of colors and textures like glitters and mattes. You can also make your character's eyes unique by putting on any of the contact lens options available in-game. Once you have your character and makeup ready to go, it's time to pick out your outfit. Life Makeover's ultra-realistic graphic highlights the details on clothing textures. The game includes all common clothing materials like cotton, linen, leather, wool, cashmere, and more. The development team has put specific focus on making each pattern as detailed as possible, and even account for changes in the details of the fabrics in different locations and lighting. Even materials that are as intricate as mohair have high-definition renders in-game, meaning you'll be able to see the fluffy textures and even the halo effect made by the silk thread light refraction. Like what you see? You're in luck, because the jewelry in Life Makeover is also extremely detailed, showing reflections and shadows on surfaces. Whether it's on an open-work diamond-encrusted wristband or a pearl string lanyard, you'll be able to admire the detail and precision put into each item. You can take your customization even further by creating your own clothing item using a diverse color palette or adding a design of your own. Select your fabric, choose your pattern, and cut to fit your preference. But the spotlight doesn't stop there. Life Makeover's social element lets you take your creativity even further. You can control your home's location, structure, and both interior and exterior designs. Select from seaside villas, modern cities, or rural farmhouses, meaning no matter where you are, your style can match your surroundings. Take care of your avatar's emotional state and fulfill their daily needs by completing tasks like cooking, reading, or cuddling with cute pets. Then use Life Makeover's social capabilities to invite friends and family over to your home for a themed party. Whether it's for afternoon tea or a sleepover, rest assured that Life Makeover lets you connect with your friends, dress up, and enjoy each other's company. The current game build is geared for Asian regions. However, the US and EU regions' features and localization are being developed. And in the future, this game will release on multiple systems and devices globally. Life Makeover is made by award-winning Archosaur Games, which also made Dragon Raha, a 3D next-gen mobile MMORPG that topped the charts on the American iOS store and is currently hard at work on their latest game, Avatar Reckoning.
And we're back. Redfall is a quaint island town off the coast of Massachusetts, known for great seafood and picturesque autumn foliage. But there's one thing I can't stomach: all the damn vampires! Miranda, take it away.
Redfall is an open-world co-op RPG where up to 4 players face off against vampires. It's been a year since it was announced, so here to give us an update on how everything is going is Harvey Smith from Arcane Studios. Harvey, how are you?
I'm great. We got to come out and show the first look at Redfall gameplay here at the Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase. It was great.
So Arcane is known for excellent story and gameplay. Like, you guys make some really magical games that just bind those two together so well. Multiplayer options bring in a new challenge. So will it be harder to go alone if you're playing in this, or is it more formatted so that it's balanced either way?
That's the important part, and Redfall is made so you can play through the campaign solo, and you don't have bots with you for the other characters or whatever. You're just purely solo. You pick Layla, Jacob, Devinder, or Remy. You're alone. You go through the world. It's not a super hardcore stealth game, but stealth is a factor.
Mm-hmm.
The AI is based on awareness with sight and sound. You can use stealth to get an advantage on people or to bypass a conflict or whatever, to avoid fighting if you're wounded or weak right now. So that is the way the single player just goes through the campaign, and there's no special mode for multiplayer or any of that. If you play with other people, 1 other person, 2 other people, 3 other people, for a total of 4, it becomes more and more party-like, of course. It's probably our closest to being a party game, you know? But solo is very much a classic Arcane experience.
Okay. Does progress save for each person who joins the game? So, like, is it tied mostly to one person's game, or is like, oh, I only want to play the next chapter with you. Can I just like hop in and then go back and play the next chapter by myself after that?
Our current answer is whoever hosts the session, initiates the session, their progress is persistent for them, but other people, it's not, right? Okay. Your character progress is. Like any weapons you find, any levels you gain, all of that is persistent. But in terms of what missions you've unlocked and such, the host, their progression matters.
Okay.
If you sign on with your friend and they're halfway through the game and you play the second half of the game with them and then you need to go back and you want to play on your own, you'll be starting at the beginning of the campaign with a character.
Okay.
Like when we started talking about that and working on it, we imagined a scenario where every mission you played, we checkbox that you got credit for that. Like you've done that one. But then you end up with this weird problem where like, okay, but I'm going to start, I've been playing with you, but now I'm going to play on my own. So I start playing through the campaign, but then I start hitting missions that I've already done. So for the flow of things, you want to have to redo those.
Right.
The story would be very confusing if you got to a mission 8 and it said, skip this one because you've already done it or whatever, right? So we just decided to your hero and your gear and your experience points, that stuff is always persistent, but your mission flow is persistent if you're the host.
Can we change characters after we started the game?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You start the campaign with Layla, for instance, you're bound to Layla through the campaign missions, side missions, the whole flow of the game to the end game. And then after that, you can play again with Layla and keep advancing her, or you can start a new character or whatever, but you can't switch characters mid-track. And currently we have no plans to respec either.
Okay.
Like, you can start a new playthrough and try a different set of powers, different set of weapons, etc. But currently when you start start the campaign with a character, you're committed all the way through.
How flexible are the character builds? Like, speaking of not being able to respec, like, is there a specific class type per character? I did see on one of the weapons, if you paused it during the trailer today, that says like support value on a weapon. Like, what does that mean, and how does that impact how we play?
Every hero is made up of a bunch of choices you can make through the trees. They all have 3 primary active powers that you can upgrade in a bunch of different ways, and then they have some passive powers. And then there are a set of skills that are kind of common across all the characters, like can I carry more medical resources or more lockpicks or whatever. In Devinder's case, he has a power called Black Light, which you saw used where he held it up and the UV light went out and petrified all the vampires around, which is temporary. They start to thaw out basically, but you can stake them while they're petrified. And there are hazards in the world, like where somebody set up a tripod with some UV light, and if a vampire moves through it dynamically, they get petrified. So you can sneak up and turn it off because, let's say an enemy faction is like walking around those petrified vampires or whatever. You can use that to your advantage. But he has a power actively where he goes, you know, you shall not pass. Or shall not pass! And you can upgrade that different ways. Bigger radius, longer effect, etc. And then also the weapons you choose, because your weapons are leveled, so you need a higher level weapon. And then the weapons come with rarities, so they have all these different traits on them that affect gameplay. And then on top of that, you have a few other equipment items that affect gameplay. We have the concept of these things called remnants, which are like objects the vampires were around when, say, one of them becomes a vampire and like the world warps around them psychically. It will imbue something like the rabbit's foot on their keychain, or you know, some object they're carrying can be a remnant now psychically charged, and you can find those and carry them, and they modify gameplay in some way. They're basically magic items.
Okay, awesome. How open is the open world? I think that's always a question. So like with Breath of the Wild, you could actually go anywhere. But with some other things, it's like, no, this is very heavy blocked. You cannot go past this part until you've done X, Y, Z.
It's mostly very open. In fact, at first it was too open. It was kind of like there was not enough blocking you or channeling you, but it's very, very open. Rooftops and alleys and streets of this small town, Redfall, Massachusetts, which is like a, you know, fishing community, a tourist community, quaint, historic New England stuff with this stealthy, you know, takeover by vampires, right? But the one thing that we do in terms of that gating pretty heavily is we divided the world into 2 districts. So District 1 is the first half of the missions, and it's the downtown part of Redfall, and District 2 is more rural. It's farms, lighthouses, churches, things like that.
Is the door shown in the trailer a psychic nest?
As you guessed, we have a feature called nests, which are kind of a shared psychic space where the vampires are basically sort of like tripping together on what we call the blood trance. And different rules exist inside the nest. The psychic space doesn't have to adhere to normal, you know, architectural boundaries. That's why in the trailer you see them go into a movie theater, and instead of the screen, it transitions into this like wilderness-looking environment or whatever. But yes, that's a nest.
Okay. Are they replayable, and are they required?
You know, they're not required per se, but when you get to the center of the nest, and there's a heart there that has a powerful psychic remnant in it that you want, basically. And so they're replayable, they're fairly procedural. Those nests are made of room by room different tiles that can be stitched together dynamically. And so it's one of the more procedural parts of the game. On top of that, Arcane is known for AI that is sight and hearing based. And so even if your game is not a hardcore stealth game, having an AI that's like that just generates gameplay. Like you're moving across the world and you're moving into an area, you don't realize that you made a sound back there and somebody's following you now, or you accidentally lead one group of enemies into another group of enemies and they fight, you know. It's like that kind of AI is what we do, whether it's Prey or Deathloop or Dishonored or Redfall. No matter what the rest of the structure of the game is, that gives you a lot of dynamic gameplay right there. It's procedural in nature, you know.
Let's talk a little bit about progression. So you kind of referred to it a little bit earlier. How does that work? So you said every character is individual, but you also do have like a a player profile level with how much you've played to share for those points to, I guess, for those shared talents that are across all your characters, or how does that set
they're
up?
all per character.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you level up your Layla, you might have 3 Laylas going because maybe you just love Layla or you
3?
love Defender. And so you might have 1 Layla you play alone, 1 you play with some other friends because they're all 20th level. Then you have a Jacob you play with somebody else. And early on we had the decision to make of like, can we all be Defender? Can we all be Remy? And at first we were like, no, let's lock out the roles so that there's always a Defender, always a Layla if you have 4 people.
Yeah.
Ultimately we decided not to do that. We decided to just like, because it was just like, if you really want to play Remy, and I really want to play Remy, then like we should both be able to play Remy. And we have character costumes that change. So you can be Remy in her like rescue outfit or her, hiking camping outfit. That differentiates to some extent. And then the way you build out your skills, the way I build out my skills, which weapons you have, which weapons I have, which remnants you found, which remnants I've found, it will feel different even if we're both playing Remy.
Right. So if I, say, have an end game character, like I'm at the end of the game, just beat it, really great, I want to go play with someone who's like halfway through, I don't bring my end game character with me, do I? Or do I?
You do. You can.
You do. Okay.
Yeah. There's so many times we started getting into the weeds of deciding how should this work or what rules should we put on it. And more we just came back to let the players do what they want. Yeah. Like if you are hosting and your character is 40th level and my character's 3rd level and I come into the game with you, I'm going to have a real hard time. You're going to be saving me a lot, but I'm going to level up faster because we're earning more experience or whatever. Put the power in the hands of the player, I think, is the right call.
What are the Ward, Blood, and Soul remnants? I saw those on the weapon screen.
They are objects that vampires were carrying when the psychic event happened, when they ascended, became a vampire basically. And so they're modified. They become like gameplay modifying objects. They have traits on them. And so they have various rarities and they will affect your gameplay in different ways. They're effectively magic items. One is more like defense oriented, one is more health oriented. One affects how your skills work, how your weapons work, things like that.
Okay. What are Gravelocks?
Yeah, that's another collectible that there's a finite number of, and there's a strong piece of narrative associated with each.
Okay.
They are from the perspective of a particular character that you'll get to know in the game, a sympathetic character, and they have gameplay modifying abilities as well. So there's a certain number of Gravelocks you can find in the world. How
does loot work as far as drops? So obviously, it'd be, I think, maybe a little weird if vampires dropped guns because they don't, as we saw, they don't use it. But how do you go about getting upgrades and things?
We put a lot of thought into that, and most of ours are like environmental storytelling scenes where you come upon a scene, and you might see some like a body on the street, and then you look up at the roof and there's a blood streak. It looks like this guy was dragged down the roof and dropped. So if you make your way up to that roof, you find he was hiding up there before someone caught him and threw him off the roof, and therefore there's a beer bottle and a sleeping bag and some stuff up there, and you loot it or whatever. So the loot typically feels appropriate to the faction. If it comes off, you stake a vampire and dig through the ashes, you might find a remnant or something to that effect. Psychically imbued magic item, basically. But like bellwether soldiers will have more likelihood to have military gear. If you lockpick a trunk and open it, it's might have a civilian shotgun in it or some flare ammunition or something like that. But as often as possible, we make them environmental storytelling scenes.
Okay. Is I guess ammo and such rather rare? Is it harder to find stuff, or is it pretty ample?
I would love to do a mode where it's super rare. But it's somewhere in the middle for this. It's not like you're ammo starved all the time, but it's also not like you have infinite ammo. Typically when you fight people, they'll drop some kind of ammo. Like the stake launcher has found ammo, right? Like it fires broken broom handles or pool cues or fireplace poker or something. So there'll be a bundle of stuff like that on the ground that you can load into that. If you're exploring an old boat on the harbor, it might have a first aid kit and flares in it or something to that effect. Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, Harvey.
Yeah, thank you.
We can't wait to hear more about Redfall soon. But in the meantime, we'll be right back with even more Summer of Gaming 2022. Don't go anywhere.
That was Redfall, the latest from Arcane, the studio that's given us Dishonored and Prey. Miranda, nice work, and that was just a sampling. You had a much longer, that we cut that way down.
The interview was 52 minutes long, so we'll have more on the site later, but there's a lot of good details we got from Harvey just about gameplay mechanics, how loot drops work. I think there's been a lot of concern generally whenever we get this kind of game. It's like, oh, if it's a shared instance, who gets the loot? Is it shared amongst everybody? Does everyone have their own instance? Like, just a lot of that mechanical detail that I think is actually really important for these games, and sometimes doesn't get touched upon until like way later, or maybe not at all. So it was nice to sit down and kind of get some clarification on things.
Stella, your thoughts on Redfall from now that we learned a little bit more from Harvey there?
Yeah, I mean, I've been excited for this. The reveal was not disappointing in any way. I mean, I'm like very excited. Whether it is something like Back 4 Blood, which people are complaining about, and I'm like, it's still a good game. I mean, if that's what this is, I'm not complaining, but it seems like it's very different. So I'm interested in this, but also something that I really liked is that there's no level cap between you playing with your friends. So say you're really further along and you want to bring your friend in and they're level 3, like, yeah, you're going to have to rescue them a lot, but the fact that they'll still level up really, really fast, they still have an opportunity to participate, that makes me really happy because not everyone has a lot of time to spend in the game grinding. So maybe if I want to help a friend out, it's a huge grind still. But, you know, they can still play even if I'm like level 40 or something, which is great.
Yeah, one of the ideas I thought as far as like a practical application of that is if I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, so they confirmed that there are multiple difficulty levels, it gets harder if you add more people to your game, and if you split off, it's supposed to be like really penalizing, so you try to stay together. But say you're playing solo and you're playing on the hardest difficulty level, you get stuck on a boss, it's midnight, you just don't want to do it anymore, you call on your friend who just finished the game, has a very high level Layla or something, or Remy, and just like, hey, can you come help just really quickly? I just need to get past this. And so like an instance like that is really fun, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, It seems like there's, Harvey seemed to make it clear, there are kind of trade-offs no matter what when you're when building a game of this style of, and he was talking about, well, you know, we do check that you've completed mission 8 with your if you've jumped in with your friends, but then if you go back by yourself, you're not going to skip level 8 because that wouldn't make sense. So I can see how they probably sat around in a lot of conference rooms going, just trying to figure out how to structure this game. But they certainly have the smarts and expertise. I mean, there's a lot of Game of the Year awards on the shelves in Arcane Austin. So I expect they will have come up with something that's rather fun. Yeah, I can't wait to play this. I think I'll probably end up going solo to start with, but you know, maybe if I get a friend and or a friend request or invite game and fight from one of you, I'll just we'll hop in. We'll slay some vampires. Up next, the brand new open world action RPG Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn lets you wield magic, muskets, and more. That's coming up on IGN Summer of Gaming right after this quick break.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And by the US Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior?
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN 1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN 1.
Mana is the debit card and financial solution made specifically for your lifestyle. It's tailored for people who enjoy gaming, entertainment, and earning rewards. Let's take a closer look at Mana.
Ready to game the system? Meet Mana. You slay. You achieve. You win. So should your bank account, because your power shouldn't stop when the game does. Mana is the best gaming rewards debit card where you can earn perks and points by paying and playing, and get rewarded with the things you actually want. And we make it easy to set up and start. Just sync your favorite games to your Mana account and start completing quests for next level rewards, like that skin you can't wait to show off, or your next gear upgrade. No gimmicks, no surprises, no kidding. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
Hey, the reveal of a brand new IP is always exciting, and we have lots of questions now about what Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn is all about. Luckily, we got a chance to chat with the developers to find out more. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Derek Bradley, CEO of A44 Games and Creative Director on Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. In our brand new video, we give you a first look at Flintlock's gunpowder and magic-fueled gameplay. And today, I'm going to take a deep dive into the Flintlock fantasy-inspired world you'll be experiencing in the game. The Flintlock fantasy genre is the battle between gods and guns. It's where historical reenactment meets high fantasy. In this particular world, we've referenced a Napoleonic level of technology, and so where a wizard may have been all-powerful and capable of destroying a whole building with a fireball in the past, you can now turn on them with a flintlock rifle or perhaps a cannon. In our game, this means you in particular use flintlock pistols in combination with dark magics and your faithful axe. At the same time, whole armies are fielded with flintlock rifles, and although the gods have the undead and magic at their side, you in particular have dark magics that you find along the way, companions that might work with magic. And so our hope is that this creates a world that people can really get the dirt under their fingernails, a world you can believe in, but at the same time challenge the gods and take on the dark magics that oppose you. We're looking forward to you exploring the world of Flintlock and forging your own path in this unforgiving world of black powder and magic.
But can you pet the fox? That was Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. I'm glad we got to pull back the curtain a bit on this one. So, Moran, Stella, how are we feeling about this game? I think this one's stock is rising. Would you agree?
It looks interesting. I mean, my first thought was, oh, the combat, the way that it kind of moves around like over the shoulder, it reminded me of Godfall a little bit, and that game was not great. So I'm like, this has enough gameplay diversity that looks interesting, and I would be inclined to play it, especially on Game Pass. Are you kidding me? Yeah. So it looks really cool. I love the different movement that you're able to do. The boss fights look really cool, and I love that they advertise it. It's guns versus gods, and I'm like, well, better be very good guns, but it looks really cool.
Miranda, your thoughts on this one?
I love games with companions. I think companions just make the game extra special, and you form your own bond. I do think it is a shame that we didn't get a little pet at the end. I was like, I don't care how fierce you are. You can get a little pet. But I think this seems like a cool mix. I'm always down for, what if a wizard has a gun too, though? And so, why not? So I did like the aesthetics of this. I think the time period's really interesting. I've been very into stories. I think I'm very big into Brandon Sanderson right now, and a lot of his stories about like the gods versus the people, and like, or how can they work together or not, or like what are the consequences of certain things. So this kind of reminded me of that lightly in a way, and I really liked a lot of the enemy design as well. So it's definitely on my radar of something to keep up with.
I'm glad you mentioned the aesthetic, because that's what jumped out to me on this game. Is it's like a little medieval, but a little almost like kind of Arabian. There's sort of a mix of different vibes going on with this game. I like the lighting, like it's got that kind of, I don't know, there's just something about that as well. So I really like the look of it. And yeah, combat wise, it's tough to tell. Is it Devil May Cry higher speed? Is it Soulsborne? It looks like maybe it's almost somewhere in between those two. But yeah, I agree. Having a effectively a musket that with a puff of smoke when you fire it to go with the magic, it does seem like a pretty compelling mix of things, and that's you've got to have a hook to stand out in this genre at this point in time, and so. Yeah, we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one. I would say 10 out of 10 for the fox, 0 out of 10 for giant bugs. So we'll see where the game nets out in the end.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Next up, we are going to come right back about, we're going to talk a little Gotham Knights coming up soon. So stay tuned for that right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation. Coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Return to Enoch in the brand new Outriders World Slayer. Either continue your Outriders save file or jump in fresh with the level 30 boost. Here's a sneak peek of what to expect.
Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming. Up next, making a Batman game without Batman is a brave and a bold choice, but the team at WB Montreal has some tricks up their sleeves. Let's take a look at Gotham Knights.
I got this, Bruce.
Gotham Knights is the newest game from WB Games Montreal, developers of Arkham Origins. It has a big focus on cooperative multiplayer. Gotham Knights will put you in the shoes of several Batman's protégés, Red Hood, Nightwing, Batgirl, and Robin, and heavily features the Court of Owls, one of Gotham's oldest and fiercest adversaries. Here to talk with us about the game is executive producer Fleur Marty and game director Jeff Eleanor. Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming.
Hi.
How you guys doing?
Great. So, Gotham Knights appears to heavily feature cooperative gameplay. Also playable in single player, I assume. How are you balancing the two different ways to play?
Fundamentally, we just wanted to have a really great single player experience that at any time a co-op buddy could come in, play as one of the knights, and join your experience, and that's how we shaped everything.
4 playable characters. At the start of the game, is the player able to choose any of the 4?
Absolutely.
If you're playing in single player, are you able to switch characters often, or just at certain story points?
Yeah, you can decide whenever you want if you want to switch characters. You can decide to play the entire game with just the one, if that's really what you want. The only limitation that you have in switching character is that you do it at the Belfry, which is the base of operation of the Knights, but you can do that and at any point in the story you want.
Now, Batman fans have been clamoring for a Court of Owls game ever since their inception in the New 52 reboot of Batman. With the extensive rogues gallery in the Batman comics, how did you decide on this particular foe for Gotham Knights?
It was really interesting for us to explore the Court of Owls because it's this ancient society that's really deeply rooted in Gotham City. And also because we really wanted to be able to tell our very own story, it was important for us to have a starting point that has not been seen in any of the other Batman universe games.
You mentioned in the first gameplay reveal for Gotham Knights that there's a separate Mr. Freeze storyline. Are there extra storylines in the game apart from the main story? Are these side quests, or are they all parts of the main game?
We have villain stories that are kind of played adjacent to and in parallel with the main story of the game featuring the Court of Owls. And I don't want to give away too much about that, but essentially, once the villains are introduced into your storyline, you can play through their quest or not, depending on what you want to do first.
I know we're still a few months out from the release of Gotham Knights, but are you planning extra story content to release after the game arrives?
Honestly, right now, really, what we're focusing on is actually the game that we're going to be releasing in October and making sure it's a fully satisfying experience for everyone.
Now, Nightwing's new Summer Games Fest gameplay trailer shows more of his acrobatic moveset. How much are you trying to make sure that these 4 characters play distinctly from one another?
We're working pretty hard on that. We really wanted your choice of hero to be meaningful, and we also wanted the different superhero matchups, the dynamic duos, to really feel different depending on who you were playing with. So essentially every hero has variations of the same core skills. Everybody can grapple, everybody can ride the bat cycle, but their combat moves and how they approach different situations in terms of their strengths and weaknesses are as different as we could make them. And even the backstory and what inspires each hero and how they come to the moment where Batman is dead is different as well. Nightwing is coming back from Bloodhaven because Bruce is dead. Batgirl has just regained her physicality and her mobility, and she's taken on this new strength. Our Robin character is quite a young Robin, so he has different feelings about everything that's going on. And Red Hood has literally been resurrected. So he's quite a mystic force in our game, and that impacts his abilities and how he plays as well.
Now, I think Gotham Knights is an action RPG, so is there character progression, and does each character have their own skill tree?
Yes. I'll try to answer this question without going on for the next 20 minutes. This is because I can do that. There are 3 core ability trees for each hero and another knighthood tree which unlocks later. And then there are the momentum abilities, which is kind of like its own mini skill tree, plus all of the gear progression. So there's a lot of progression to be had in Gotham Knights.
I know we're almost out of time, but I want to know real quick, are there, as of right now, do either of you have a favorite character to play as?
I feel like Batgirl is my main sort of like character that I know the best inside the game some days, but recently, as we were getting ready to do a bunch of marketing stuff, I might have switched. I might be on Team Red Hood for the next.
I'm a Batgirl girl all the way.
Now you're showcasing Nightwing for Summer Game Fest. Can you let us know like which character you're going to sort of give the spotlight to next?
I don't think we're allowed to say, but it's important to know that it's coming. As we said, like the Nightwing trailer was just the first in the series, so each of them are going to have their moment to shine, and players will know more about them very soon.
Well, Fleur, Jeff, thank you so much for being here. We can't wait to play the game when it arrives in October. But in the meantime, we'll be right back with even more Summer of Gaming 2022. Don't go anywhere.
I had nothing. And then this city became my home. Its people became my family. Gotham gave me everything. It deserves to feel safe.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Ryan McCaffrey along with Miranda Sanchez and Stella Chung. Right now, let's talk about the game we just saw, Gotham Knights. We've got a deeper look thanks to Damon in that interview. Let's discuss it now, shall we? So, Miranda, what'd you pick up? Like, either are you now like leaning a certain way character-wise of who you're going to start with, or what's your sort of overall thoughts? I mean, this game's put its flag in October. It's going to be one of the big games of the fall. How much is it pinging on your fall radar right now?
I love Batman, so highly.
Yes.
Also, friend of the show, Mitchell Dyer, worked on the writing team for that, so I've been talking to him just like very lightly about it, more like, I'm excited for this. He's like, you should be. I was like, cool. That's basically all I got. But I like that in this interview, we also learned a little bit more about their take on Court of Owls, that they are trying to do something that is known, but also very much their own. So I like that within the Batman universe, we have all these opportunities to learn villain stories in very different ways. We have different versions of Batman. And of course, now we're going to get a little bit more of the different versions of the Bat family. So I'm looking forward to that.
Stella, where are you landing with this game at this point?
Well, I just want to make sure that they get Nightwing's butt correct, as comically accurate as possible, and then I will be playing him. I actually did a Nightwing cosplay a couple of years back, so it'd be perfect. I'm like, maybe I bring that back. So I like Nightwing. I like his 2 batons, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I am all about that up-in-your-face combat, so very excited to play it. Also, grapple hook. Hello, grapple hook gameplay.
It's always
so fun. Yeah, so I'm really excited. I think this will be a fun game to play. Like, I've been waiting for a nice story-based game that also has a little bit of action in it. So I'm just like, you know what? October will feed all my needs. It's good.
Yeah, I think this game, my enjoyment of it might come down a lot to how good the story is, because Rocksteady's Arkham games, which this is like kind of a cousin to, were always so good. The stories in the Arkham games, particularly I would argue Arkham City being the best of all, not just the story, but that was the best in the series, period. So I really hope there is a good story here. I mean, the fact that it's adapting Court of Owls to an extent seems like gives it a pretty good chance of having a good story. And remember, too, this one, Miranda, has ditched its last-gen versions. This is now a next-gen exclusive for the fall. PC, and then on the console side, just PS5 and Series X and S. Who are you gonna start with?
Ooh, I think I'm probably gonna do Nightwing, same as Stella. Though I'm a little tempted to play Red Hood, just because I like how you want to say he's chaotic good, but he's almost a little bit chaotic neutral, like just a little bit. Like if there was an in between there, and I kind of like that about him. So. Yeah,
I think it's gonna be Batgirl for me. The Red Hood being a resurrected dead guy just seems, I don't know, it's like off-putting to me for some reason, and I don't know, he's more range based. I'm with you, Stella. Give me the like Arkham style melee combat. So that's Gotham Knights. That's one of many games we took a deep dive into. Just as Microsoft did their own deep dives and talks with the creators during their extended showcase, so too did we during ours. Todd Howard and Harvey Smith and Rod Ferguson and all the developers. I want to thank all of them for joining us here as part of IGN, and I want to thank Miranda and Stella for hanging out as well. And thanks to everybody who tuned in to watch along from home as we covered today's Xbox Extended Showcase. Remember that IGN's Summer of Gaming coverage will continue all throughout June. So thanks again for watching, and stick around for plenty more IGN Summer of Gaming ahead.